Watch what hydrogen peroxide actually does to your teeth and gums when you're struggling with dental issues.
I asked ChatGPT how to eliminate $20,000 in debt. It told me to stop paying my bills. I thought it was broken.
Good afternoon. Hi, good afternoon. Welcome, everyone. I'm Deborah Sheldon, Vice President of MAHA Institute. Thank you all so much for being here. What a week it's been. Monday was a really powerful day. In fact, it seemed the most powerful man probably in the world, the President of the United States of America, really smashed open the Overton window. And it seems, yeah. And it seems that broke the spell. And that is thanks to many of you who are here and to many millions more who aren't, who championed this movement in the streets, in school board meetings, in town halls, at farmers markets, county fairs, the ballot box, and in your own homes. The usual suspects in public health and the fact checkers who intentionally concealed the truth and silenced challengers have lost their moral authority. That authority has been returned to the people, to those who have been gaslit for decades, to the mothers and fathers who protect and love and care for their children, to the dissident doctors and scientists who are motivated by truth and discovery, to the public servants who show up every day to get to the bottom of our public health disaster, and to the millions of Americans who continue to stand up courageously for what is good for our children, our families, and our country. And yes, we do have definitive evidence that vaccines cause harm. When the vaccine manufacturers were given liability shields, a vaccine injury compensation program was set up by our government, and it has awarded tens of billions of dollars since its inception in 1988. And my understanding is that's only for adults. Most of the children who were injured have not received any compensation. But no amount of money can truly compensate for the harms done. No vaccine or other drug for that matter is safe until proven otherwise. Show us the proof. The burden is on showing us the proof. Every year that the vaccine schedule continues unchallenged, we sicken and harm more and more children. And when there's even a shadow of a doubt about whether or not something causes harm, we have the right. We do. We have the right to make that choice for ourselves and our children, full stop. Babies shouldn't be sacrificed at the altar of Big Pharma to take one for the team. We must call for an end to all mandates and all forms of coercion. And now that the facts are clear, we need to begin the healing process as well, and tending to the serious and often unmet needs of those who've been harmed. I know that many of you who are parents in the room who have children who've been harmed by vaccines and who've been on the front lines of advocacy for decades want nothing more than to not have this happen to any other family or child or parent. And I'm so grateful for your presence today and for your voices throughout the years. Thank you so much. So the healing journey is really part of the primary motivation for us gathering today in the nation's capital. We are so fortunate to have a President and Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. who are clearly champions for truth and for listening to people who know firsthand. So thank you to each of you for being here. I want to really thank the panelists who've come from across the country to join us today, many of the leading experts in this field. I want to thank the MAHA Institute team, James Lyons-Weiler, Maddie Garvey, Patrick Carriel, Justin Santopietro, and Noel Callahan, who are with us today. I think we also should just really thank the entire administration, the sort of dream team that's come together, including, in addition to the president and the secretary, Drs. Jay Bhattacharya, Marty McCary, and Mehmet Oz. And to all of the public servants, many of whom I think are here today, who've joined us in this fight. Now, please join me in welcoming someone who's been a national leader in this movement. He's considered one of the bravest men in publishing. He's the founder and president of Skyhorse Publishing, and someone who's truly changing the cultural understanding of both what is possible and what is good. He's the co-founder and co-chairman of the board of the MAHA PAC, which used to be American Values 2024, which supported Robert F. Kennedy's presidential campaign, and the president of MAHA Action. Please welcome Tony Lyons.
Thanks,
So I'm going to start off by saying a few things that is not going to be news to most of you here, but I think for some of the media who's here and for some of the coverage, it's important to say. So what if everything you've been told about public health, about children's health, is just a lie? What if all the newspapers, all the magazines, the TV shows, the public health officials in the government, our doctors, our scientists, have told us things that just aren't true? And so the question is, can we wrap our hands around that? Can we believe that we've been lied to, that it's not our fault, and that we can have something better now? And I think if you look at the facts, so one of the facts is that we spend 3 times what any other country of the 30 industrialized countries spends on healthcare, and we have health outcomes at the very bottom. So how can that happen? And I think the way that can happen is if you prioritize profits over people. I can't think of any other way that that can happen. So I think, it's interesting that people go all around the world for treatments of all kinds. People go to Germany for treatments for Lyme disease that are really state-of-the-art, or for knee surgery that's state-of-the-art, or they go to the Bahamas or to Mexico to get stem cell treatments. So why is that? We're this incredibly rich and powerful country with, the best hospitals, the best scientists, the best technically speaking, but we're just failing so incredibly badly. And so, you can read the New York Times, and there's a New York Times reporter here today, and I told her I was going to say this. So the question is, the New York Times tells you that President Donald Trump is a danger to public health, that Secretary Kennedy is a danger to public health. But you look at what the experts have really given us, and the experts have so clearly failed the American public. And the fact that they're being pushed aside isn't a danger to anybody other than the companies that they've been supporting, other than the companies that they've taken money from, that our politicians are taking money from, that all of our newspapers and TV shows are taking so much of their budget from through advertising. So, every claim, every fear that these people say they have, all of those things have already happened. That our children are the sickest children on earth. So, that ship has sailed. We need to make our children healthy again. And that's not going to happen by allowing the status quo to kind of continue. So we want somebody to shake up the status quo. We voted for somebody who would shake up the status quo. And we, as Americans, have the right to have that done. And so what we need to do is make sure that we support Secretary Kennedy and President Trump in his efforts to really do a better job. So, there's a reason that Secretary Kennedy became a folk hero to so many people. There's a reason that there's this deep hunger for change, and that is that people, many of you here, suffered firsthand. You know, that you know that you were lied to. You know that so much has happened that should be against the law, and that we haven't been protected, and that somebody like Bobby Kennedy, you know, you look at Bobby Kennedy, and he said so clearly that, you know, he believes that he's doing this, he's doing the work that he's doing now because he was put on this earth to do it. Not to be more famous, not to get more power, not for any other reason that he wants to help cure the American public, help protect our children. And nothing could be more noble than that. So during COVID, they took away our freedom. They took away our right to question anything. You know, they took down books that I published from Amazon, from all kinds of platforms. You know, doctors, many of the doctors who are here were censored, were deplatformed, taken down from every major tech platform. Bobby Kennedy was deplatformed everywhere. And, you know, so this country claims to be a country that is proud of its freedom, but we took it all away. And we've taken it from our children, too, because when you have autism, you've given up a lot of the freedom that you have. Because if you don't have a healthy body, you can't have a healthy and free mind. We all know that, you know. And Bobby Kennedy says, you know, a sick child has one dream, and that's to get healthy. And a healthy child has 1,000 dreams, has all kinds of dreams, has the ability to have hope and to have a sense of the future. And we've taken that from our children. You know, when you have OCD or apraxia or tics or neurodevelopmental disorders or sensory processing, gut problems, brain problems, you know, not to mention the just incredible frustration that children must have, that children obviously have when they can't communicate, when they can't connect, when they can't read or write. So, you know, so much has happened to these children. And what's happening now is that we have the possibility of reversing all of that. And you see that, you know, parents who've been hopeless for so long, parents who've been told by their doctors, by the government, by the newscasters, that their children had no future. That they're starting to see, you know, many of them did, that hundreds of thousands of sort of MAHA warrior moms fought through it all. And even though they were told it was hopeless, they tried every possibility, you know, just heartbreaking, every, you know, hundreds of different things, emptying their bank accounts to help their own children. But, you know, what we're seeing now is that these children's brains are intact, and that there's the possibility, there's the hope now that they can make real recoveries. And we're seeing that through things like Spelling to Communicate. You know, through things like Spelling to Communicate or RPM, and if you watch things like the telepathy tapes, you know, you'll really see that maybe anything's possible. Maybe science really is open. Maybe it's possible that we can disagree, we can look at things from 1,000 different directions and see real progress versus the idea that Fauci had. But it wasn't just Fauci. You know, Fauci said, "I am science." But that really has been even the New York Times, even every major newspaper, even all of the media in the country have really been on the side of saying that science is done, that they're a bunch of experts, they know everything, we shouldn't question them, we shouldn't change a thing. So we all know that autism can't be genetic, even though we're told, and you can read everywhere, that it is genetic. But, you know, as everyone in this room knows, genetic changes at this level don't happen in one generation. You don't go from 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 31. It just can't happen. That's real science. So, and that's different than the corrupt corporate science that's taken over this country. And you look at, some of the, there's a Dr. Horton who was at one of the major journals, I think The Lancet, and he said that as much, and this is 10 or 12 years ago, maybe longer, he said that at the time as much as 40% of peer-reviewed science was just corporate corrupt science, that it was just science that was bought and paid for to protect corporate profits. And I'm baffled that Democrats don't see that, because you look back historically and they really pointed towards corporate corruption taking over everything. And then at some point they just began to think that every pharmaceutical company, that every big food company just, wouldn't do something like that. We all know that isn't true. We know that the level to which they would sink to increase profits is just almost unimaginably low. That they would poison our children, poison everybody in the country just to make more money. That, in some of the big trials, you see comments from senior people at these companies who basically say, it's not our job to look at whether the products that we create are safe or not. And so we have so many products from every different area, everything in our lives, that are delivery mechanisms for toxins. It's just a toxic world, impossible to escape now. But, the truth is, we can do much better. We all know we can do much better. And now, finally, for the first time, maybe in the history of the United States, we have a government, an administration that's in place that is willing and able and has already started to put through just really impressive reforms, sweeping changes. We need them, and they're coming, they're here. And I think, the lady from the New York Times who I was just talking to, she said that she's reading and that she sees there's a lot of discord in the MAHA movement. And I was thinking, that's interesting that would be a focus. But the interesting thing about that is that there's always going to be a lot of discord and disagreement between people who are thinking, between people who are open. Because if you're not brainwashed, if you're really free, you're going to think about everything, and you're going to read everything, and you're going to really try to get to know yourself, your own body. You're going to talk to your doctor, you're going to research it, get to know your own child really well. And what's true for one person isn't going to be true for another person. So people can really disagree authentically, and they can come to different conclusions generally, or different conclusions based on what they know about themselves or what they know about their children. So that's good, that's healthy, that's something we should be proud of. That's what everybody ought to do. So, that's the kind of discord we should aspire to. So I'm proud of the MAHA movement for not being brainwashed in any direction. So what happened Monday was shocking in a lot of ways. Not the ideas that were expressed, but the idea that a president of the United States would actually just for a moment forget about all the special interests, all the people who were going to write hit pieces, and yes, in the New York Times and many other places, and all the people who are going to come down on him because these companies are not going to give up billions and billions of dollars of profit just because there's a different president, just because there's Secretary Kennedy at HHS. So, what would you do if you had no sense of morality whatsoever, if your only goal in life was to make more money, and if you didn't care that you poison people? What lengths would you be willing to go to buy everything, to try to brainwash everybody, to try to set up a system that made it look like the sincere, the honest people really trying to do good things in the world, like Secretary Kennedy, are really the ones you should be afraid of? I mean, if that's not a 1984 moment, I don't know what is. That there's this sort of crazy reverse psychology going on, that everything was great, that these big companies are just, all sitting around thinking about how they can make the world better for us. So, anybody who believes that, you should question their sort of logic and their thinking. But, I kind of want to come back to the fact that it's not their fault. It's not any of our fault, because the techniques that have been used by these companies are state-of-the-art techniques that everybody in America has been lied to, manipulated, and that this is the unwinding of that. And the unwinding of that is going to be painful. And, if you watch the movie like The Insider, that had to do with what the tobacco industry was willing to do to keep its profits, to go up against everybody, so that you had articles in major newspapers saying, maybe menthol cigarettes are actually great for your health. But then, they were very hard to take down. And if some key people, if the star of that movie, and it's a true story, wasn't willing to stand up, wasn't willing to risk his life, his reputation, his family, his connections, all the money that he ever earned, we wouldn't know that cigarettes cause cancer. And the same kind of thing is true now. That I believe that if you look at the facts, it's impossible to conclude that there's no connection between vaccines and autism. I don't think that can be a logical conclusion, that if you look at what the vaccine court has held time after time, in case after case, when they've paid out, like you said, Deborah, relatively small amounts of money to children. But if you look at what they compensate people for, many of those things are symptoms that are part of the basket of symptoms that go into an autism diagnosis. So there is a connection there, obviously. And then you look at, are vaccines safe and effective? And everybody's heard that, and everybody believes, well, to an extent, everybody up until recently, statistically speaking, 95% of the population, something like that, believed what they were told day after day after day. Vaccines are safe and effective. But, as you'll see from Gavin DeBecker's incredible book that you can all have a free copy of, called Forbidden Facts, you'll see the story of where that came from. And it's the Institute of Medicine. And you know what else the Institute of Medicine told all of us? They told us that Agent Orange was safe. And they didn't just say that once. They said that over about 15 years, after convening experts from all around the world. Agent Orange doesn't cause health defects, doesn't cause birth defects, doesn't cause brain damage, doesn't kill people. That's what they said, and they said it and they repeated it time after time after time. So these people haven't been trustworthy, and now, and I'm going to keep on saying it, we have people in positions of power. We have, Bobby Kennedy, Marty McCary, Jay Bhattacharya, Dr. Oz, and these are people who are sincere, straightforward, and are going to follow the science wherever it leads. And we in the MAHA movement might disagree with them, because that's what we do. And there will be a dialogue, and they'll keep coming out, and they'll keep doing better and better science, and I hope they get to real answers, because they're not going to sleep till they get there. And I know how hard Secretary Kennedy works. He's at this day and night. So let's look at what President Trump said. So he said, don't take the Hep B on the day of birth. Why would anybody do that? It's a sexually transmitted disease. That seems very logical to me. That doesn't seem anti-science. He said, take it at 12, take it at 15, take it at 20. What else has he been saying? He said a couple of weeks ago that we need real COVID vaccine science. He said, I did Warp Speed, and I had this incredible victory of solving a problem that was given to me, which was to disseminate products to everybody in the country that all of the experts told me and showed me data that it would help people, that it would stop transmission, that it would stop you from getting COVID. So he said, well, if that's true, Why don't you give that to the American public? Not in 75 years, not in, the 50 years or the 25 years that they went to federal court to try to get the right to withhold all of this information. But President Trump said, give it to us right now. We have a right in this country to radical transparency. Why does a health organization, why does Secretary Kennedy's organization, why would they withhold anything from the public? I mean, they're not the CIA, they're not the FBI. This is public health, and we have a right to access to that information right away. So that's a major breakthrough, not mentioned in the New York Times or any other major newspaper as good news, and it's great news. What he also said was that, why would you give the MMR all at once? Why would you give any multivalent vaccines? Why not give individual vaccines? At the least, we're just getting started here. We're going to do a lot of science, but why not do things that are obviously, low cost, high reward? And, what's the downside risk there? So I think that he and Secretary Kennedy and the whole team, they were very wise, very measured. And, what else did he say? He said, let's not have any vaccine with mercury in it. Seems like common sense, right? So, up until a few weeks ago, something like 20 or 30% of the flu vaccines given in the United States still had mercury in them. Just absurd. Why would that be? You don't have to be anti-vaccine. It doesn't make you anti-vaccine to say, hey, there are a whole bunch of different options. I don't want to put the one with mercury in my child. That's just logic. Same is true with aluminum. Why would you do that? No rational person would. So I think that what you're seeing is this openness to ideas that we desperately need and that I think is really going to change the country. And I think, President Trump said he wants to go back to a time when autism was 1 in 10,000. He wants to do better. He wants to make it 1 in 20,000. And I think, that should be possible. We have great scientists. We have so much money. We've actually made a lot of progress scientifically, but we're just not using it. That there's been this corruption that a small number of companies control everything that goes onto the market and everybody backs them. But we have so many people, and I've met a lot of them, who have new devices, new drugs, new ideas of how to help people, and they can't get it through the FDA or they can't get it through the CDC. So, when that's fixed, I think we can have an explosion of innovation, that we can have an explosion of new ideas and of things that really benefit the American public, rather than have a system that's just taking from the American public to benefit these companies. So I guess I'd like to start to wrap up by saying that the autism moms really have been the heroes in this whole story. And I mentioned it before, but they really stood up to anybody, and they were treated so badly. They were treated like they were crazy. They were told, by their doctors, your child will never do anything. A laundry list of things that their children would never do. And yet they didn't abandon their children. They didn't put them away in an institution. They didn't give up. Like I said before, they tried hundreds of different options. They read everything. They were desperate to help their children. And then, so to have a media then who essentially makes fun of them, who attacks them, who says that they're anti-science, that they're crazy, they're conspiracy theorists. Once again, think 1984. And, these mothers have just made it through all of it. And this is the time. This is their time. And I would dedicate this time to all of them. Because so I think that the announcement, that the press conference on Monday, that we should all just see it for what it is. It's a first incredible step, and it shows the dedication that the president has. He's made it clear he's the MAHA president, he's the autism president, He really cares about this. If you look back historically, he's made these kinds of comments over 20 or 30 years. He's not going to stop. He's not afraid of anybody. Secretary Kennedy is not going to stop. He's not afraid of any consequences. It's hard even now, I think, for the New York Times to write an article about him because there have been so many hit pieces that there's really nothing left to say. You know, and what they've been doing is they've been attacking all the people around him. So you look at somebody like Stephanie Spear, you know, who's just a lovely human being who's been working tirelessly with Secretary Kennedy around the clock, and yet they're coming after her, you know, multiple hit pieces. Vanity Fair is doing one. So, you know, I think we need to support all of those people. But what's going to happen is that, you know, you begin to see the desperation that they can't really, like there's a limit to how many times they can go after certain people. So they're going to go after the whole sort of constellation. And then that's going to fail because none of those people are going to quit. None of us are going to quit. And we're going to keep fighting till we have a government in place, a media in place, corporations in place who are really going to protect us, who are going to look after what's best for the American people. And that's coming now. There's sweeping reforms happening, more to come. Press conferences, I think there are going to be dozens of them over the next 3.5 years. And I think we're going to be celebrating day after day that we should stick together, that there's just an incredibly bright future, and that, you know, this may be the tipping point, you know, that we were at this existential moment where maybe there wasn't a way to come back. And I think we've started to go in the other direction. So thank all of you for coming here. I'm thrilled to be here. I'm sorry I talked so long. And, you know, thanks just for everything every one of you is doing.
Hi, I'd like to invite Elizabeth Horn to come to the stage. Elizabeth is the founder and executive director of the 2M Foundation, truly a visionary. I have really enjoyed getting to know you over these past few months. Elizabeth is a California-based nonprofit, the head of the 2M Foundation, a California-based nonprofit featuring Compass as one of its major initiatives. Conceived in 2014, Compass now includes over 500 clinicians, scientists, IT experts, investors, and families affected by autism, all committed to finding answers by systematically gathering multi-omic data on individuals with ASD. She's also co-founder of the Autism Impact Fund, combining high-tech industry funding and startup process with philanthropy to accelerate progress in all aspects of autism research, development, and support. Welcome, Elizabeth. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much, Deborah and Mark and Tony, for giving me the opportunity to speak with this amazing group today. I'm going to talk about innovation. Surprise, surprise. I am from the West Coast. I have a daughter, Sophia, so I've been on the journey to figure out what autism is, what I can do to help her and help the other families that I've met along the way for 28 years now. So I'm a seasoned veteran. And as Tony just said, this is an important day. It's important because we are all here together, which is kind of remarkable. Autism is known as a fractious landscape. Many of us here after being on the journey for decades, like myself. And because finally the light is shining on the true biological elements of autism spectrum disorder. The answers we've all been waiting for may soon be revealed. When I met with President Trump in 2020, he promised me, one-on-one, that he would be the president who solved the autism crisis. He had close friends, he told me, with affected children. He was resolute on finding answers for those friends and for all of us in the autism community. When he made the promise, I believed him, and he said he would definitely get to it in his second term. Then he didn't get elected. But he did 4 years later. When I met with Bobby Kennedy in 2020 and then again in 2023, when he decided to run for president, he assured the gathering at my lodge in Northern California that he would not rest until he found those answers for each of us and for our children, many of them now grown, like my daughter. Miraculously, these two men, their organizations, and their legions of supporters have kept their word. Now the announcements begin to come, and we, the community, must keep our word as well. I promised President Trump that we would work hard to create pathways to health for every child that had already been affected, and a pathway toward preventing that dreaded diagnosis so no other family would have to suffer and wait and wonder about how to help their children. Our foundation is a Silicon Valley nonprofit, and that's important because living in that geography uniquely qualifies us to attempt impossible things. People in the Valley specialize in works of wonder and paradigm shifting. Innovation is everything. But how does it apply here to autism? Innovation, according to Merriam-Webster, is the ability to generate and execute new ideas, incremental, evolutionary, or revolutionary. Conceiving, developing, delivering, and scaling new products, services, processes, and business models. All innovation begins with creativity and a passion to change things for the better. Our credos at 2M are based on the insights of two brilliant men who were extraordinary innovators. First, Buckminster Fuller, who said, "You never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the old model obsolete." And more locally, at least in Northern California, from one of our greatest tech innovators, Steve Jobs, "I think the biggest innovations of the 21st century will be at the intersection of biology and technology." Steve made that statement in 2011. That intersection is where our foundation lives. Our focus now at 2M is on providing the current administration and RFK Jr.'s HHS with a new model for healthcare that we call Healthcare 2.0, H2.0 for short. This model leverages the ability of technology to reveal ourselves to ourselves continuously through sensors, wearables, direct-to-consumer testing, and most recently, thanks to the addition of agentic AI, to the ecosystem of tools that now help us own our health. Here's Steve Jobs again, this time from a 1984 interview. "In 1977, you said that computers were answers in search of questions. Has that changed?" Steve said, "Well, the types of computers we have today are tools. You ask a computer to do something and it will do it. The next stage is going to be computers as agents. In other words, it will be as if there's a little person inside that box who starts to anticipate what you want. Rather than help you, it will start to guide you through large amounts of information. I think the computer as an agent will start to mature in the late 80s, early 90s. He was a little bit off in his timing, but the timing is now here. And with the help of some extraordinary people who are part of our coalition, we've recently built a proof of concept for an agentic assistant for people diagnosed with autism, and we're beta testing it now. We call it Count AI, because it's all about measurement. For our N of one, my daughter, Sophia, who's very patient with me, it has proven to be remarkable at tracking, analyzing, and most importantly, predicting life-limiting behaviors like seizures, sometimes a week in advance of their occurrence. And it's only the beginning of what longitudinally captured multi-omic data can tell us about how to help our kids and how to prevent serious comorbidities before they manifest. Each of 2M's innovative gifts to the community is related to health and autism, and finally providing answers to our unanswered questions about why our kids, in addition to an ASD diagnosis, also have GI disease, seizures, motor disorders, as well as many other chronic conditions. The answers can only be found by us, all of us, each of us, and the data we collect and share about our kids' health journeys. We invite you to join us to change the future for all of our children. We have the support of the government for the first time, and I'd ask all the other administrations, trust me, and the courageous champions we found in Bobby, Jay, Marty, Casey, the entire HHS team, and of course, President Trump. I asked to be the president that finally solves autism. He listened and he acted. Miracles do happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I'd like to invite up Gabrielle Traub. She's a board-certified classical homeopath and international best-selling author.
My name is Gabrielle Traub. I'm a homeopath, and I'm also a mother of a child with autism. I am deeply grateful to the courageous leadership of Secretary Kennedy and the mothers who came before me, whose voices made it possible for me to stand before you today. I believe that homeopathy should be recognized by HHS as a first-line treatment for autism and many other health conditions. I say this both as a mother and as a practitioner who's witnessed a rapidly growing number of children with autism improve under homeopathic care. Let me share two stories that illustrate what's possible with homeopathy. When I first met this young lady, let's call her Sarah, she was 12 years old with profound autism. Her family had tried everything. She was nonverbal and extremely violent if things didn't go her way. It wasn't safe for her family to care for her at home, so she was placed in multiple institutions, but was expelled from each one. At one facility, she bit the caregivers through the skin into the bone. It took 3 security guards to restrain her. I know this is shocking, but you need to understand the profound struggle these families face. She would smear her feces and menstruation all over the walls. She couldn't do anything to care for herself. Medications failed to help her and caused dangerous weight gain. Through homeopathic care, Sarah's life has been transformed. She communicates her needs, regulates her moods, and manages her own basic self-care. She has discontinued the medications and lost weight. Most importantly, she now lives safely at home alongside her loving family. Another child, Kaleo, came to me at age 9. He was nonverbal, autistic, and suffered from severe epilepsy. His seizures sometimes lasted an hour and often required hospitalization. Since beginning homeopathy, his seizures are now extremely rare. But the changes go far beyond that. His speech has exploded. He makes eye contact, hugs his mother, plays with his sister, and even enjoys trying new foods. His mood, focus, and independence have improved dramatically. Today, Kaleo is thriving in ways his family once thought impossible. Homeopathy cannot alter the genes itself, but it can alter gene expression. There is no masking or suppressing. It helps people, both neurotypical and neurodiverse, become the healthiest versions of themselves that they can be. If you'd like to hear more stories about what's possible with homeopathy, I invite you to watch the documentary Introducing Homeopathy. Research supports these outcomes. Studies show that people who use homeopathy rely on far fewer medications, both for acute and chronic conditions. For children like Sarah and Kaleo, this means less dependence on antibiotics, SRI drugs, and fever-reducing medications like Tylenol. So why should the HHS consider homeopathy as a first line of defense? First, it treats the whole person. A single remedy can help support growth and development, speech, seizures, constipation, sensory issues, sleep, and emotional balance. This makes treatment cost-effective and very simple. Second, homeopathic treatment strengthens the immune system and helps regulate brain biochemistry. Because it addresses root causes, remedies can often be reduced to occasional use over time. Only minute quantities are required, eliminating the risk of drug shortages. And third, homeopathic medicines are easy to take, even for children on the spectrum. We have a very high level of compliance. And finally, homeopathy is safe, non-addictive, and virtually free of all side effects. We also have research evidence. Observational studies in India and randomized control studies in Switzerland demonstrate measurable benefits for autism and ADHD. I've printed out the references on the table over there you can look at. Nobel laureate scientists such as Dr. Luc Montagnier and Dr. Brian Josephson, both proponents of homeopathy, have called for increased funding for research. Even farmers worldwide use homeopathy to treat livestock, where placebo effects cannot be the explanation, especially if you're just putting the remedies into their feed. Homeopathy has a long and distinguished track record in both epidemics and serious chronic diseases. If made as a first-line therapy, it will reduce healthcare costs, lessen reliance on pharmaceuticals, and leave a legacy of health for our children. As a practitioner, I've seen these transformations homeopathy makes possible. As a mother, I know how deeply these transformations matter and how urgently they are needed. We owe it to the American people to move beyond debate and step into action. This is not just professional, it's profoundly personal. Our children cannot wait. The moment is here. It's time for homeopathy to stand where it belongs, at the heart of American healthcare. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gabrielle. I'd like to welcome Andrew Downing. Andrew is a litigation partner with Bruckner, Spittler, and Schultz. He represents victims of vaccination harm in the National Vaccine Injury Compensation Program for decades, and his cases include some of the seminal cases that have shaped vaccine litigation over the years. Drew frequently speaks on the vaccine program around the country and is currently involved in shaping very much needed changes to the Vaccine Injury Compensation Program. Thank you, Drew.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Drew Downing, and I am a lawyer. Lawyers Anonymous. But I'm really a nice guy. Don't hold that against me. In the mid-'90s, my legal assistant at the time had an adverse reaction to the hepatitis B vaccine and wanted me to represent her. And I said, no, I don't typically sue doctors and hospitals, so I'm not going to do that. But if you want to come in and visit about it, I'll look at your case, and if it's good, maybe I can refer you to someone. So in the couple of days before she came in, I started looking at this and discovered there was something called the Vaccine Injury Compensation Program that most people and a lot of doctors don't know even exists. This audience is probably more attuned to the VICP than most, but in the 80s, it was recognized that not only did industry request and get liability shields in terms of litigation over adverse responses to their products, but the goal was to generate a vehicle so that injured victims would have easy, compassionate, fast compensation that would cover pain and suffering and cover out-of-pocket medical bills and cover loss of earnings and cover their attorney's fees in the program. So the VICP was created. It came online in the late 80s. So I learned about this with my like I said, my legal assistant. The government fought us on the case. It was very clear cut, but they fought. And so we had to try it. So I came to DC, we litigated it, we had experts. It was enormously expensive, and we won. So about 3 months later, I got a call from the chief judge of the Court of Federal Claims saying, I talked to the judge you tried that case in front of. She said you did a good job. Would you like to be on the referral panel? And I said, whatever, because nothing ever comes of referral panels for stuff like that. So I sent him some information. About 3 months after that, I got a call from a guy in Ohio. Now, I'm from Arizona. I get a call from a guy in Ohio who wants me to represent him in the vaccine program. And I said, don't you want somebody local that you can talk to? And he said, well, I got your name off the referral panel. I said, okay, whatever. And he goes, have you seen the referral panel? And I said, no. And he goes, you're the only lawyer west of the Mississippi. And so that is where it started, and sprang into a massive practice. I've had my own firm for years, which should signal to anyone that these adverse events do happen. They're rare, but they do happen. Vaccination can cause any number of neurological adverse events, including regressive encephalopathy, which for years was compensated in the vaccine program. Mary Holland with CHD wrote one of the original papers on this and identified, at least at that point, and I think this was 15 years ago, 80-some cases of regressive encephalopathy that were compensated in the vaccine program before the autism omnibus proceeding started. So recognizing this as an issue is one of the things that I can assure you Secretary Kennedy is looking at. In January, the Secretary called me and asked me if I would come in and be a director within HHS. And I said no, because I had my own law firm, I had employees, I had stuff going at the time. And he was upset. I've known Bobby for a little while. So he called back, and we talked a little bit about it in greater detail. And when I got home that night, I talked to my wife, and she looked me right in the eye and she goes, if you don't do this, you will never be able to bitch about the system ever again. And so I sold my practice, transferred all my files away, and am now serving as one of Bobby's senior policy advisors on a lot of vaccine stuff, not the least of which is reforming the vaccine program. No one would say that that program isn't broken and hasn't been broken for a long time. It's a combination of factors, I think, that have led us to where we are. When the autism omnibus proceeding started, I was hesitant to refer any clients in. I mean, I was on some of the committees that were deciding what to do, but my fear at the time was it's going to end up being public policy and money. It's not going to have anything to do with the medicine. It's not going to have anything to do with whether these kids were actually injured by vaccination. It's going to be money. And, you had 6,000 families that had legitimate injuries, and they all went in at the same time. The court created a process by which they could lump them all together and deny the claims. And that's exactly what happened. So since that time, autism is the A word that you're not allowed to utter within the vaccine program realm because you will be vilified, and as you guys know. But autism is simply a collection of symptoms. It's a collection of symptoms that place someone on a spectrum of neurological disease. It can be due to a mitochondrial issue, which Dr. Fry is probably going to talk about. It can be due to any number of things. It can be due to vaccine-induced inflammation. So originally, under the vaccine table, which sort of governs how this program operates, encephalopathy was a very broad term. In the 90s, the government sort of seized control of this issue and changed the definition, making it almost impossible for a family to prevail. Part of what Secretary Kennedy is doing right now, and with my help, and we have a team looking at it, is we have to figure out a way to capture these kids. If you only use the A word, whatever, that's fine. How do we capture them? Do we broaden the definition of encephalopathic events? Do we broaden neurological injuries? How do we do that? I was hoping that the changes to the program might have been rolled out before today so that I could talk more in depth about them. I can't. As you can imagine, it's not my place to do the rollout. However, the one thing that I want you guys to know and be assured of, and I've seen it now for the last 6 months with the secretary and the people that he has working with him at NIH, FDA, CDC, he has your back on this issue. I'm telling you right now, he works from 5 in the morning until midnight. I don't even know how he does it. I want you guys to take away from this that you have a representative at Health and Human Services now that has your back. Right. And Gabrielle, the only other thing I want to say is, having represented vaccine victims for 30 years, sometimes homeopathic medicine is the only thing that works. I've seen it for certain, and so I applaud you doing that. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you so much, Drew. Nobody's allowed to sleep. We all have a lot of work to do. Okay, next, Dr. Fry, a Harvard-trained child neurologist with expertise in neurodevelopmental and neurometabolic disorders. He received an MD and PhD in physiology and biophysics from Georgetown University. Dr. Fry is a national leader in autism spectrum disorder research, particularly metabolic disorders, and has authored over 300 publications. Welcome, Dr. Fry.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm so honored to be up here to talk to such an incredible group. It's so great to see that we're making a turn for the better. You know, I started on this journey about 20 years ago as an unassuming child neurologist. I had parents come to me. It's when autism was being more and more recognized, and you know, the parents would say, well, my child just got to do about it, so you're a brain doctor, maybe you could figure it out. And I took it as a challenge. I found that, you know, as a neurologist, I could look at EEGs and find some seizure disorders. Then I discovered that, some of these children had signs of mitochondrial disorders, something that I had been interested in before, so I knew how to diagnose that. And then I stumbled upon cerebral folate deficiency. And you know, the incredible thing is, as you go one by one and you start adding this up, you know, everybody would tell me, oh, that's just one case. That's just one case there. That's just one case. Well, even if it is, it adds up to real kiddos, and that you can really make a difference with. I was in academia most of the time, and my really career grew because I knew something about autism. So to every academic center I went to, they said, wow, you know something about these kids? I'll give you all mine, because I got a clinic full of them. I don't know what to do with them. We were lucky to actually follow the path of actually measuring these biological functions of their body, finding that there's mitochondrial issues, folate issues, and being able to figure out how to treat them. And of course, some of the work that worked out so well was this treatment with leucovorin, which has now finally been recognized, you know, by the president and by the administration, which I think is absolutely great. I've been trying to do this for 20 years, and people have been resistant because they would say, well, it's kind of crazy to think a vitamin can really cure autism, don't you think? And everywhere I went, I had resistance, upwinds, to really going uphill to try and show this. But, you know, we were able to do, you know, several well-done clinical studies, which were repeated by other, you know, researchers around the world to show that, you know, it's not just this treatment, but I think the important thing is it shows that autism can be treated, that it's not just a disease that you have to do nothing about and just some behavioral therapy. That some of these therapies, that whether you believe them or not, they actually do work. It's this this narrative that I think it's not that people don't want to believe things, is that they don't look deep enough. There's so many people that make the assumption, one, autism is genetic because it's highly heritable, and you can't fix genetic diseases. And both of those are incorrect. I like to ask my pediatric colleagues when they watch my genetic colleague give a presentation if they've drank in the Kool-Aid. Because the geneticist starts out by saying, we know that autism is genetic because it's highly heritable. And at the end, they say, we found this gene by whole exome sequencing, and we know it's the gene because it's de novo, it's not inherited. So if you can drink that Kool-Aid, I don't know how they can rationalize it in their minds. But it is a strange phenomenon. I do a lot of work on genetics because it's important. And I had a recent presentation at MAPS with my colleague, Dr. Bowles, on a paper we wrote, and he went up there and he said, and he's a neurogeneticist, he said, I'm going to tell you, all of autism is genetic. It's just all de novo genetic. So I had to do part of it. So I went up there and I said, I just want to clarify, Dr. Bowles' statements that autism is all genetic, but it's all environmental, because those de novo mutations have to come from somewhere. And I think this is a kind of new concept, and we don't have the framework, and a lot of, the old guard just don't have the framework to understand this. And then we know that, as we learn more and more about genetics, like Dr. Bowles, my colleague, I love him because he's a geneticist, but he says, well, let's figure out what the gene does, where it's broken, and how we can fix that pathway. So it's treatable. We can figure out how to treat it. This is something that we can do. I've been trying to, spread the word for a long time. I'm just glad that, more people are understanding this, and I think we're making a turn here. We've developed the Autism Discovery and Treatment Foundation when I left academia to try and figure out some of these issues. Along with John and others, we've developed the Autism Discovery Coalition, which is a group of scientists that believe in this new way of looking at autism and moving towards treatment and solutions. And we have a little pamphlet that talks about our 6 programs we've picked that are things that are just ready to go, and with a little bit of effort and money can be supercharged to help kids with autism. And one of them is leucovorin, which I guess the administration has taken off our plate. But there's other things like this, and we really have to promote these things that aren't too hard to do and are very effective, like spell to communicate and such, that can really advance our kids. So thank you, everybody, for coming and your efforts and your excitement about it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fry. Our last speaker for the Newsmakers Hour is Brian Hooker, Chief Scientific Officer at Children's Health Defense. Brian Hooker, PhD, is Chief Scientific Officer at CHD, an organization committed to the best health for children in the United States and worldwide. He's also Emeritus Professor of Biology at Simpson University in Redding, California, where he specialized in microbiology and biotechnology. The breadth of Hooker's over 80 science and engineering papers have been published internationally recognized peer-reviewed journals, and his most recent publications focus on the epidemiology of vaccine adverse events. Welcome, Brian. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's wonderful to be here. It's so wonderful to see so many autism parents, and not only autism moms, but autism dads. When I started my career as a researcher, I got my PhD in 1990 in biochemical engineering. One of the things I also wanted to be was a dad. And it took a while. We found out that actually, if you have sex, then you can have babies too. Took us about 8 years to figure that out. But anyhow, good old sex. Who knew? But anyhow, my wife and I had a son in 1998, February of 1998. I grew up in a public health family, and I thought vaccines were the best thing since sliced bread. And really the only things that were brought home from my mom, who was a public health nurse who was in charge of the vaccination schedule and vaccinations for Riverside County in Southern California, which is a county of about 2 million individuals, were how bad infectious diseases were and how great vaccines were. So that was my frame of reference. And so my son was vaccinated on schedule, on time. We were going to be the good parents in our pediatric practice. And so he received his hepatitis B shot with 12.5 micrograms of mercury at 2 weeks of life. He then received his vaccines on schedule. Those that could contain mercury did contain mercury at 2 months, 4 months, 6 months, 12 months, and then 15 months. At 15 months, he received 3 vaccines, 2 that contained mercury, 1 that was a live virus vaccine, and then he also had an active ear infection at the time. We asked the nurse practitioner that day. It's the first time we ever questioned vaccines. We asked the nurse practitioner that day, is it safe to vaccinate a sick kid? And of course, she deflected and said, oh, we do it all the time. And in hindsight, I was like, you never really answered our question, lady. But so we went ahead against our gut, against our best judgment. Parents are the best experts in their kids. They are, period. Nobody is spending 24/7 with your kid. And if anything I've learned from this experience is trust your gut. Trust your gut. We should have not vaccinated my son that day. He received 3 different vaccines that day. We took him home. He was very, very inconsolable, high fever, high-pitched screaming. And this was the first time, interestingly enough, that we used acetaminophen in order to treat his fever post-vaccination. I was confirming this with my wife. We were sitting down. She said, oh, no, we didn't use Tylenol. We didn't use baby Tylenol when my son, before that particular point in time. It's just that his fever at that point was so severe that we were cycling between baby aspirin and Tylenol, baby aspirin and Tylenol. So that's the first time that he saw Tylenol, and he regressed very, very quickly. He had speech prior to that incident. He did not have speech after that incident. He lost language very, very quickly. He lost eye contact. He lost joint attention. His muscle tone weakened very, very significantly. And he was diagnosed at the same practice that gave him his vaccines with full-blown autism at 18 months of age. And so that started our journey going through practitioners. The first neurologist that we saw, a pediatric neurologist, said, well, forget about your son and go on a cruise. You don't do that. I mean, that is the most heartbreaking thing I think I have ever heard regarding my son and my son's condition. That is the last thing that you want to do to that wonderful, special, very, very vulnerable individual. And so it has been, that was 1999. It has been a 26-year journey bringing my son back. He is not fully back. He is 27 years old now. He's very, very bright. He's a speller. But the way that he describes it, because of whole body dyspraxia, he is a prisoner in his own body. His body betrays him every day. Intelligence, very, very intelligent, intact. Somehow my son learned calculus, physics, and German while he was locked into his body, okay? Don't ask me how he did it. We're still trying to unpack that. He's only been openly communicating with us for the last 18 months, some of it in German, which, 2 years of high school German. Thank you, my teacher, Miss Villard, for teaching me German. But it has been quite a journey, and it has been quite a journey as a scientist. I had the fortune of starting to work with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in 2015. I don't know why he started working with me. I had, at that point, that was after a movie came out called Vax, From Cover Up to Catastrophe, that talked about the CDC whistleblower, Dr. William Thompson. I had published a paper using CDC data that showed African American males were 3 times more likely to get an autism diagnosis if they got the MMR on time versus if they got the MMR vaccine after 3 years of age. Just merely delaying the vaccine after 3 years of age was delaying and also reducing the incidence of autism by 3 times. The paper that I published on that study was retracted. That became the news story of Vax, was the retracted paper. I'd read the newspaper for mainstream news every day, you know, going through the internet, and I came to the conclusion that my first name wasn't Brian anymore, it was debunked. Because I always read about debunked scientist Brian Hooker, ABC News, NBC News, CNN, New York Times, wherever. And so I was answering to debunked at that particular point in time, but Mr. Kennedy gave me a chance anyway. And my provost at the university at the time was fortunately very distrusting of the medical profession, so we had a good laugh about it, and I continued my university job, praise God. Mr. Kennedy is on his knees every day for all of our children, special needs children and not special needs children. He started working with special needs children at a place called Camp Shriver. Camp Shriver is the precursor to the Special Olympics. And he said that the autism epidemic in children with autism, by the way he met and he spent time, the first time I met him in earnest, he also met and spent time with my son Steve. He wanted to get to know my son. That is the type of individual he is. And so he spent time with Steve, but he said, this is like nothing I have ever seen before. Since being a teenager working at Camp Shriver, these kids are an anomaly. These kids are so debilitated. I need to do something about this. And you know, Secretary Kennedy, I could hear that term a million times and still not be tired of it. Let's just call him Secretary Kennedy and, you know, ad infinitum. But Secretary Kennedy really cares about children. He really cares about the chronic disease epidemic. And he is the most scientifically based, non-scientist individual I think I have ever met. Now let's get some things clearly. You do not trust the science, okay? Please do not trust the science. We test the science. When I teach the scientific method, when I'm at the university, yeah, I still teach adjunct, okay? We talk about the scientific method. We talk about observation. We talk about putting those observations into hypotheses. We talk about experiments and more observations to test those hypotheses, whether we are going to confirm or deny a hypothesis. Okay, none of that has to do with any individual. Nobody can proclaim that they are the science. Okay, and that by tearing them down, you are tearing down science. I mean, you know, talk about an inflated ego. That is not something that Galileo said. That is not something that Aristotle said. That is not something that, of course, all the scientists' names fly out of my mind right now. Help me out, Copernicus said. No, you know, these are statements that you cannot trust. You do not trust the science. You test the science. You test the science for yourself. Settled science is a misnomer, okay? The science is never settled. Think of what a pathetic world we would live in if bloodletting was settled science and we stopped right there, okay? Right? You know, if raw sewage in the streets was settled science and we stopped right there, and so therefore everybody got diphtheria and tetanus. Okay, you know, we have so many of these advances because people dare ask a question. Okay, a question isn't an affront. And when you see a scientist that's encountered with a question and they bristle, then you really, really have to be careful with that scientist, because a question is a gift. Having that question, asking, can my son have a better life? Okay, what caused this in the first place? Can we help these children? Can we compensate these children? Can we prevent and reverse the autism epidemic? All of those questions are gifts, okay? And we're standing on the precipice right now of a tremendous movement, tremendous possibilities, tremendous potential. Okay, this announcement is not the first announcement. You know, it's not like, oh, one and done, okay, settled science, it's Tylenol, and we think vaccines, and we're going to go away. No, this is the first of many, many announcements, okay? This is just the tip of the iceberg. And so all I can say to you is so much God bless you for your support, so much God bless you, so many luminaries out here that have been following your work for such a long time, so many yeomen that have been doing the work and doing the heavy lifting while taking care of their families, while taking care of affected children at the time at home. But, you know, let's buckle up, get on, and this is going to be the most fantastic roller coaster ride of our lives. So stay tuned.
Brian, thank you so much. And thank you to all of the panelists and the newsmakers, speakers in the Newsmakers Hour. We're going to switch and move right into the panels. So I want to invite all of the parents who are on the first panel with Tony to come up. And we'll just get right started. We're just going to move into the panels, and we'll probably not take too many breaks between panels other than bringing people up and making sure you have your mic. Thank you so much.
Mike Donahue.
Hello?
Lou? Yeah.
Hello? We're going to start with the first panel now. One thing that doesn't get covered as well as the suffering of children themselves, I think, is the suffering of parents, primarily mothers. And I think, as I said before, it's such an incredible story how many parents and, you know, how many mothers specifically have just dedicated their lives to helping their children. In the end, it is such a beautiful thing, even though there's so much pain involved, but it's so beautiful that people would have the energy and the power and the dedication to just keep fighting day after day, year after year. And so, you know, these four parents are not just speaking for themselves, they're speaking for all the parents of the 2.3 million people in this country who are suffering from autism, or at least on the autism spectrum. So I'm very grateful to have them all here, and I think we're just going to go through a few, well, we'll start off with the actual stories that each of these parents have. So let's start off with Honey Renisella.
Oh, I'm sharing my story?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. So I am the parent of 25-year-old twins with autism. Dr. Hooker's story was almost parallel to my son Vincent. My twins are identical. My son Vincent was sick at the time of receiving his inoculations until they took him out. He atrophied, lost muscle tone, lost his language, appeared deaf, typical story. Heartbreaking to hear. Heartbreaking even more so to hear it's still happening 23 years later. So I have identical twins. They threw me into the same mode that he went into, is how do I fix this? And hit the ground running, and I, for 20 years, did parent support, and I'm probably gonna say a little selfishly to keep myself motivated, because I needed to be around the like-minded open thinkers that would push me to keep diving deeper to find answers that would heal my children. By the grace of God, that child that I just mentioned was hugely impactful for the movement for spellers. He has saved hundreds of thousands of people by finding his voice, and now he advocates for other non-speakers, and he's amazing. And he recently spoke for Harvard University about incorporating higher level education, bringing in non-speakers with typing. He has an identical twin who is very medically complex, and we'll get into it at some point if we have time, but I don't want to take up too much time. But leucovorin saved the child's life when he had a life-threatening seizure disorder, and was told that sometimes children die from seizures. Good luck, God bless, there's no root cause. But my MAPS doctor didn't give up, and she found the root cause, and it was a cerebral folate deficiency, and the right dose, not just using leucovorin, but the proper dose of leucovorin and a strict dairy-free diet has allowed him to be seizure-free for 14 years. So that Make-A-Wish kid is, so the announcements spoke really loud to me. I am now the executive director of MAPS, so my passion now is to train physicians to understand these modalities, like Dr. Fry just spoke of, and like Dr. Gaetanes. They're educating the community on how we can really help. So thank you for having me here.
Yeah. That's a great story in the sense that you see that all these people who we've been told are anti-science, can save children's lives. And that, part of the process over the next few years is going to be to flip things, put them in the opposite order that they've been in, where we should trust mothers, we should trust parents, and let them tell us what they're seeing. They're on the front lines, not the doctors, not the scientists who are, captured like the people working at government agencies are by big pharmaceutical companies just trying to make a lot of money. And so none of these parents, none of the millions of parents of all of the autistic kids in America care about making more money. They're the most likely people to tell the truth. They're the most likely people to read, to study, to look at every option. And I think you really are going to see that from these 4 parents. So thanks. Next up, we have Katie Wright.
Hi. You guys are sitting a long time, so I'm going to name some names and make this interesting, I hope. My parents founded Autism Speaks in 2003, and I'm not representing Autism Speaks, but I think the lack of progress we've seen from the NIH and organizations like Autism Speaks, it happens kind of for the same reason, and I'll get into this. In 2003, my son was diagnosed, and there really wasn't much understanding about autism. My mom would go to the playground with Christian and I right after he was diagnosed, and he'd be doing, I don't know, some weird hand thing. And some mother next to us would be like, what's going on with him? And I said, you know, he has autism, he's doing his own thing. You know, turn around, and she's like hustling to the car with her kid, like leaving. It was bad. And then I was asked to leave a mother and me group because my problems were too distracting. So I think that there was a lot of fear a long time ago. So my mom's goal with Autism Speaks was to create a culture of compassion where people were less judgmental and accepted it and didn't see it as scary or, you know, whatever. But I'll start at the beginning, which was very similar to Honey's story. My son Christian was a really normal baby. He reached all his milestones, crawling, babbling. He had pretend play, peekaboo, pointing in all the pictures. And then there was a catastrophic adverse vaccine reaction. It's just insane. He was 20 pounds, and it was the MMR, the HIB, the HEB, and the flu shot. So that, I don't know, that's like, what, 8 viruses injected into a 20-pound baby. And this is what they tell you. Before you take the baby to be vaccinated, give them Tylenol, full dose of Tylenol, and then immediately after, give another dose of Tylenol. And if he's still upset after that, another dose of Tylenol, right? Because it's perfectly safe. So that night, he screamed, and he had 103-degree fever, and we were in an ice bath all night. And this part's important. Like, we called the pediatrician 3 times, and she was like, it'll be fine, it'll be fine. I said, should we go to the emergency room? She's like, no. And I think there's a cognitive dissonance there. I think pediatricians are people who care deeply about children. They work hard. They don't make very much money. The idea that these vaccines could be causing any harm is just no. They just dismiss it out of hand, and they can't hear it. And later, when I got the chart to see what was in the vaccines, I saw she was very careful making notations about everything. But that night that I called like 3 times, zero, didn't write anything down. They just don't want to deal with the question of adverse vaccine reactions. And at that time, Autism Speaks wanted me to do press, and I said okay, because I wanted people to see, like, there's nothing to be, nobody did anything wrong, there's nothing to be ashamed of, why should we hide our kids? But then they started to get really angry at me because when I asked to tell my story, of course I would talk about the vaccines, and they're like, this is dangerous, you're scaring people. And it reminded me of, I remember my hero, Jenny McCarthy and Jim Carrey were on Larry King Live a long time ago. And he was telling her, Larry King was, you're talking about this is dangerous. And Jim Carrey said, okay, talking about the problem is not dangerous. Talking about the problem is not the problem. The problem is the problem. So stop telling us not to talk about it. That's not going to solve the problem. We have to be open to solve the problem. And so that, so that's what I thought. And then I found out through, maybe you guys did too, through the chart that this was 2001, and I thought mercury was taken out of all vaccines in 2001 because I'd heard this on the news. Okay, so I look at the chart, and there's mercury in all of his vaccines until 2003. And it's just a horrible, horrible feeling because you know what that means. And I called up and I said, how could you do this? You broke the law. You gave these vaccines to... And I still hear her say, Katie, those are perfectly good vaccines, and why should we throw them away? Because we had a grace period until 2003. And I was like, oh my God. So then we didn't see anything going on at the CDC or the NIH. And, you know, I'll let my nerd flag fly a little. I like statistics. I studied research methods. And I would look at the CDC research and be like, what the heck? This is horrible. This would get an F in an intro to statistics course. And my dad and mom said, let's go down and talk to the CDC. They know what they're doing. They're going to take care of this. They're the best in the world at this. Okay, so I said, Dad, no way. He's like, well, you're not a doctor. I don't know how many. No, I'm not. And so we go down there, and we're talking to the person who's in charge of the CDC autism program. And we're like, what are we doing? Do you have an awareness campaign? This is like 2004 or 5. No, we're not going to talk about it. But why? She's like, that'll create fear. We don't want to alarm people. It's better if we don't talk about it, and then maybe people will figure it out on their own. I'm like, what? And they're like, well, can we partner with you to do an awareness campaign about, you know, at least learning the signs? Because my daughter had to go to like 6 different developmental psychologists to get this diagnosis. And that cost like $10,000 by the time. It was ridiculously hard. And they said, oh, no, we cannot partner with you. Talking about these stories is too upsetting to people, and we think it's better if we don't talk about it. And then my dad said, words that he almost never said to me, Katie, you were right, because they were so awful. And then we went to the NIH, and we asked Dr. Collins and Fauci. Collins was actually very nice. Fauci was like this the whole time, you know, waiting for someone more interesting to come walk by. And my mom said, what can we do to make progress? Why is there no progress? It's like 2006. And he said, you know, Suzanne, if you double our research budget, you're going to see it all light up. We're going to see so many breakthroughs and treatments. And okay. So my mom was an overachiever. She quadrupled the budget. And, you know, he had said, you'll see it in 10 to 15 years. You know, okay, I see a lot of nothing. It's been 20 years. Nothing for nothing. And I got so upset. I was reading this article, and it was in the Spokane Review yesterday with Dr. Collins. He feels so sorry for himself. He has been maligned. He was forced to resign, and he's writing a book about all the medical breakthroughs he's assisted. And I'm like, okay, that's going to be a short book. And 2, I want a book about all the non-breakthroughs that were under your watch, which was incessant. So chapter 1, autism. You wasted probably $1 billion doing horrible research on like the same 5 things, computerized face reading, Fragile X, Angelman's. There's a lot of very like niche areas which aren't even autism. They kind of shoehorn that in there because geneticists like it. And they said, but we're doing GI research because my son was in agony. And their idea of GI research was, does stress make it better or worse? And I'm like, are you kidding me? And I said, you know, there's this great Dr. Kriegsman, and he's actually doing treatment, and, you know, he has all the scopes, and he would love to do some research about the origin of the GI disease and treating it. And they were like, oh, no, that's Wakefield area. And I'm like, what? I didn't even know who he was. I'm like, no. They're just, all they care about is themselves. And so my mom came back, anyways, with all that money, and she said, you're going to spend it on environmental factors, right? He's like, oh, yeah. Later, we discovered that his idea of environmental factors were old, fat moms, moms who take street drugs, old dads, fat dads. Those are their idea of environmental causes. So we've gotten nowhere. And then that's the same thing with Autism Speaks. And I think what we want taxpayers to support us. We want the communities to support us. We don't want to waste your money. There is enough money to do a lot of great autism research, but it's not getting done by the people at the NIH. So, for example, I really listened to Dr. Jay Bhattacharya like a ton during COVID because he was such a voice of reason. And he was so courageous about speaking out and saying, why are we closing schools so long? Why are we closing playgrounds? And so I wrote him a letter out of the blue, like, I'm nobody. And he wrote back immediately, and he's like, I care deeply about profound autism, which has been completely neglected by the NIH. And you should contact the autism database people that are doing a study. Okay, all right. So I contact them. This is so classic. They won't tell me anybody's name. They don't want anyone to speak with me, and it's not part of their regimen. They said here, these decisions about funding are made by the center office. There is a person there, 2 CEO directors. That director goes by council recommendations. Another person, on and on and on. And I said, give me a name of a person who works there. We're not comfortable with that. I'm like, who do you work for? You think you work for themselves? I don't know, but they don't work for the public. And I said, that's so funny that you won't give me a name of someone who's spending our tax dollars, and I can't imagine you have a lot of people calling every day asking about profound autism. So you got a lot of time, lots of time. And I called Chuck Schumer's office, who's got, 18 constituents? And I wanted to talk to him about this. A week from Thursday, he can see you. Okay, you know what? He's a busy guy. He's got a lot of constituents, and yet he makes the time. So the NIH is a huge, huge problem. I am really hopeful that Secretary Kennedy makes personnel changes, let's say that, and we see people who actually really care and are transparent. And then this is, of course, during COVID, like a lot of parents, I didn't want my vaccine-injured son given the COVID vaccine. He and I are also allergic to phenol glycol, which is in every vaccine. And it was like a police state. The only exception allowed legally was like if you were ongoing chemotherapy, something like that. So they turned it down, and I wrote like, this isn't fair. We're allergic to this substance, and we have to get vaccinated, or we can't go in a store. We can't go in a restaurant. We can't be part of society. And there was no, so of course then I got suspended from Twitter for like a month, and then I had this bar over my face that said unreliable or misinformation spreader. Yeah, and this went on for 2 years. So I think it's important, everybody's so upset about Jimmy Kimmel and blah, blah, blah. But when it comes to like ordinary people being censored, this went on for 2 years. And the Freedom of Information Act showed that Dr. Fauci, Dr. Collins had their feelings hurt by tweets that were like, what the hell are they doing? They're lying to us. I don't believe the animal transmission. And they called. These are like me at like 12. You hurt my feelings. I'm calling and complaining. And they called up Twitter and Instagram and Facebook and said, these insults, take them down, to suspend these people. And I'm like, this is what they're doing with their time? It's so pathetic. And I was in disbelief, but that's a great tool, the Freedom of Information Act. Even though under Biden it took years, which is just I don't know. I mean, obviously, I saw yesterday Trump had a wall of presidents up, and for Biden, he just put the auto pen. So I don't know who was making the decisions about vaccines, but, they have a lot of nerve. Finally, it's very sad what happened to Autism Speaks. I started talking about mercury because they asked me about it, and then Autism Speaks went public and said, she doesn't represent us, and her views are like heretical. And then the next day, it was on the front page of the New York Times, and they were making fun of me and other parents they called us Mercury hoaxes or whatever, Mercury hoax, because of course, it's good for you, and I shouldn't complain that it was in all the vaccines. And it was just such a classic New York Times like slander, trash piece, like one of their 100. And then out of the blue, I get a call from Bobby Kennedy, and he's like, "How are you doing? I believe you." And that's just the kind of person he is. He didn't know me. I was nobody important. But he saw the ridicule, and he believed what any normal human being would believe, that we shouldn't inject babies with mercury. And then I started to become more involved. But, it was a lot, and we're not supposed to hold back. But my son didn't sleep through the night for 8 years. He was up for hours. Sometimes I was worried I'd crash the car because I was hallucinating. I was so tired. He almost died twice from seizures. Once he fell in the intercoastal waterway where we were walking on a pier at night, had to jump in. We were like going out to sea. My 8-year-old saw this and he started crying. This happens a lot, and siblings are traumatized. But very grateful to Charlotte's Web because that has helped enormously with his seizures. It's just, I wish people, the New York Times and other publications seem to spend an inordinate amount of time and attention on very, very high-functioning individuals. And they really need to focus more on the other side of the spectrum. These families are really suffering, and they usually fall apart. But so happy to be here today. Oh, you have one.
Thanks so much, Katie. I think, one thing that's really important to think about is that so many of the millions of parents who have, been subjected to this system that allowed their children to become so sick, have been tormented by it, have been shut down, shut up, censored, obviously have a lot to say. And I think everybody's going to have to get used to the fact that there are millions of people in America who haven't been able to tell what's on their mind, who've been bottled up, who are ready now to talk and talk and talk, and it's not going to stop, and everybody's going to have to get used to it, and they're going to have to realize that these people have really suffered, and that there has to be some sort of compensation on all kinds of levels. And so, if anybody talks for a long time today, I think we should just say, well, it's about time. So thanks so much. Next up, we have Sylvia Fogel, MD, parent, psychiatrist, and autism advocate.
Hi. So I have a 17-year-old son who regressed at the age of 2 in the context of an upper respiratory infection, and he had a lot of, I think, preceding risk factors as well. I've also worked for the past decade primarily with parents and families of those with autism. So I want to echo some of what's been said today, just briefly. The abject suffering and day-to-day challenge that many individuals and families experience who are on the autism spectrum needs to be understood, it needs to be talked about, and it needs to be validated by our wider society. And I'm calling on members of the media who have done a very good job of spending time portraying people on the milder end of the spectrum who identify with their neurodiversity, and they've had an opportunity to tell their story. And that's an important story also. But it's time for media and society to begin to focus on those on the middle and severe end of the spectrum, including the over 25% of individuals with autism with profound autism who deal with daily challenges that many people who don't experience this cannot even imagine. Self-injury, headbanging, we heard about fecal smearing, incontinence, impulsivity, impulsive movements, odd vocalizations. You know, my 17-year-old son who has profound autism, he, like many people who eventually learn to spell to communicate or type to communicate, can also describe that his body is not under his control. But he is scary to people, right? He comes up close, he jumps in their face, he vocalizes. You know, we've had visitors in our home, young children, who are frightened by him. And I think that many of our families have been invisible up until now, in part because we can't participate in society. We can't go to the holiday party. We can't go to the 4th of July event. We can't go to the family gathering because our children are disruptive, because they're having a hard time, because they're in pain, because their co-occurring medical conditions make it hard for them to go anywhere. But relatedly, I think it's also hard for society to see and accept our children because the tragedy is sometimes too much for people to bear. And so our children remain hidden, they remain invisible, our families suffer with loneliness and isolation. And so I'm really calling upon the members of the media to please tell our stories. And I understand that the vaccine issue can be a no-go for many of the media. Can we just put that aside and tell our stories of what it's like to live with someone with profound autism day to day and have those challenges? So I'm sure we'll talk about other issues, but it's really a plea. And the parents I've worked with over the years, really, like, it's an unimaginable level of loneliness. And the day-to-day stress, I mean, there is beautiful research showing that autism parents have higher rates of depression, suicidality, anxiety disorders. We know that their cortisol and stress response systems become dysfunctional and look a lot like combat veterans. They have PTSD from the day-to-day traumas of managing behaviors and seizures and other co-occurring medical conditions. And so I think we need to bring more people into the tent, into our tent, and it should be a tent of empathy. Empathy for what individuals and their families who are on the more moderate to severe end of the autism spectrum experience day to day.
Thank you so much, Sylvia. I think that point can't be made loudly enough. You know, that there are a lot of reporters who want to write the stories about the children who can do all kinds of tricks, you know, where the implication is that maybe, you know, I kind of wish my child had autism, you know, kind of like from Rain Man, where the main character can multiply, you know, 10-digit numbers in his head. But that's not the story of this 25% of children. And that, you know, some people describe as the real autism. And while there is kind of a spectrum, that idea of a spectrum and that idea of neurodiversity actually harms hundreds of thousands of children because it makes it very difficult for the outside world to kind of see what's going on in people's lives, like Sylvia and like so many other people. So I just think it's a really important thing for the media to begin to focus on, that this is not something anybody aspires to. You know, you can watch the telepathy tapes. It's an incredible show to watch, but it's not the whole story. And for so many people, it is just incredibly difficult. And I think the whole country kind of owes kind of a gratitude to these mothers, to these parents, and owes an apology to them, and owes, like I said before, every conceivable kind of compensation. moral, physical. So last but not least, we have Lou Conti, who I've known for a long time. Lou has been an incredible advocate and is just a wonderful person. So glad to have you here.
Thank you, Tony. So I am Andrea's husband. She is the warrior mom in my life. And when Brian said earlier, he didn't say don't trust science. He said, in essence, respect science, but you can trust the mothers here. That I can tell you. I saw someone in the audience laugh when it came out that, stress might be a cofactor in causing autism. And I saw Mom up in front of me here laugh about that because they're under constant stress, right? I have triplet sons, now age 25. Sam and Thomas are on the autism spectrum, I guess is the phrase we use. Lewis is neurotypical. He's a pain in the ass. He's an architect. What I will tell you is that the journey you're hearing about of being isolated, being, at times ridiculed, all of that is true. I can tell you that as a man. I've watched it. I've watched it happen in my own family where, you don't get invited to as many things and all that stuff. That's real stuff, right? But since the media is here, I do want to draw some attention to some very important things here. The first is these people with autism are growing up. They're becoming adults. And I can assure you of one thing here. Someday I'm going to leave this world. I'm not going to live forever. So we need to devote attention and focus to the issue of what we're going to do with millions of people who cannot care for themselves. We need a future for them that is built around compassion. Excuse me. And that's built... Thank you. And it's built around hope. And that's something we need the government to focus on because, it's just a reality, right? I was in a meeting earlier this week. We kicked around numbers. It's in the millions, okay? It's the 51st state and it's going to be called autism, okay? Now, the good news, the miracle of Monday is that we saw the President of the United States get up and talk about this. And he talked about something causing autism. That in itself is an amazing day, all right? I regard it as Miracle Monday, frankly. And so we need to focus on what the future for our kids, our young adults, our young children who are all going to be adults, what that's going to look like. We also need to focus scientifically and with rigor on this issue of regression, right? Two of the moms, Amanda and Jackie, who spoke at the press conference Monday, spoke about their children regressing, and we've been talking about it here. It was my pursuit of that issue that caused me to watch a press conference that John Gilmore gave several years ago, in which a child was compensated by the Vaccine Injury Compensation Program. And I remember Julie Gerberding at the time saying, oh, this is rare, and it's autism-like symptoms, which, whenever you hear someone say something like that, that's a tell, right? And it was a tell that, something happened here, all right? But she said, this is 1 in a million, et cetera, et cetera. So I started to dive into this vaccine court, and I started reading through case decisions because I have a law enforcement background. In my business, we used to say, I'm a retired probation officer, and we used to say the police investigate crimes, we investigate people, right? And so I started looking at these case decisions, and I found descriptions of children who were toe walking, who had been through this encephalopathic regression, the high-pitched screams, those sorts of things. All the things you've heard here today. And I found case after case that looked like that in the vaccine injury compensation program, and yet mysteriously they were holding hearings, the omnibus autism proceeding, about whether vaccines cause autism. They knew all the time that it did. All right? And that's why I worked with Mary Holland on a paper. I brought copies of it. It's over here in a package. My banana for lunch is sitting on top of it. You're welcome to copies of it, unanswered questions from the vaccine injury compensation program. But the point of the paper is we need to study the children who regressed after vaccination or something, okay? Because I'm certainly open to the fact that it may not just be vaccines and what have you, okay? We should be open and respectful of anything we can identify as being a factor in driving the autism epidemic. So that's how I got here. It's for love of my kids. I write regularly for something called the MAHA report, which is, I guess, our newsletter, if one could describe it, for MAHA Action. Please come in, and we have great writers. And we're covering all sorts of issues there, everything from pesticides, our food, our brothers and sisters who are injured by COVID vaccines. All of that is in there. And so please come and visit that. And I just want to say to all of you, particularly in the media, we need you to focus on what is going on here, to be respectful of the parents. Any reasonable attention to this issue is going to help. All right, but we don't need a 51st state called autism. We need hope. Thank you.
I wanted to follow up on the issue of neurodevelopmental regression. The research indicates that roughly 40%, perhaps even higher, of people on the autism spectrum experience a neurodevelopmental regression, which is an acute loss in previously acquired skills. Neurodevelopmental regression should be a medical emergency. And instead, parents are sometimes gaslit, saying, well, no, that actually didn't happen. Or worse, or just as bad, they are told, well, that's just part of autism. When a child has brain dysfunction so severe that they're losing skills, that is a medical emergency that needs to be addressed. And one of the things I personally really want to call on the current administration, the NIH, is to specifically study neurodevelopmental regression. Many of us who work in this community feel that there is a neuroimmune and neuroinflammatory component to this. We need to study these individuals with metabolomics, with proteomics. We need to understand what is going on at the individual level. And we need protocols developed for emergency room physicians and pediatricians. Things like IVIG, steroids, anti-inflammatories, potentially could stem the tide of losing these kinds of skills. And I will just add personally, at the time my own son regressed, I was affiliated with Columbia University, and I had access to the top specialists in autism, neurologists. No one could tell me what had happened to my son as I watched him disappear in front of my eyes. And I was connected, I had financial resources, and like many parents here, and with the experience of many autism parents, they are left on their own to kind of figure it out. And again, I'm calling on our larger society, our media, to embrace these parents like there but for the grace of God. So if this hasn't affected you yet, please turn your attention to those of us and to the families for whom it has been a life-changing trauma.
Can I make one quick comment on that? Just real, and I'll be quick. Hopefully I talk fast. But in 2009, I was on the Today Show with the president-elect of the AAP. And he had said something to me that speaks to what both of these guys just said. Okay, so we were in the green room, and they had brought me on because my kids had a confirmed vaccine injury. So I was that mom that had a confirmed case. And my husband said they were twins, boys, and preemies. How could you have given them all those vaccines? Don't you think they had a predisposition to have a reaction since it was so intense? And his response, this is the key, was, we know there are some children who will have a negative response to the vaccines, but for the masses, it's a positive. And then to her point, well, what are you doing about the other ones that it hurts? So they're doing nothing, and nobody knows that. They go out and they scream loud and clear that the vaccines are safe, they cause no damage. When I was sitting in the green room with the president of the American Academy of Pediatrics, who had said flat out, essentially, my kids were collateral damage, and I'm so sorry, there's nothing we're going to be able to do for you, except for here's a database that you can maybe claim your kids have autism-like symptoms, and if you don't walk, maybe they'll keep it, maybe they'll throw it out. But nobody knows. They know, but nobody says that. Nobody in mainstream media acknowledges that. They just say the parents are crazy. They know that there are a subset of kids. There's no universal in medicine. It's like penicillin, it could kill 2 kids, 10 could be great with it, 2 could die from it. I mean, we know there's a subset that are going to have a reaction. Why are they not studying that subset? To her point.
And the trigger for neurodevelopmental regression can be a lot of things. I mean, those of us who work in the medical field, or parents who've spoken to other parents, sometimes it's an illness. It can be anesthesia. It can be another toxicant. So there's a lot of personal experience here related to vaccination. But again, I want to call on the media, like, autism is a pluricausal, multifactorial, complex disorder. And so we need to look at a lot of different factors, but the way to do that is N of 1 medicine. We need to study individuals at the individual level using the cutting edge science that we have, and then we need to explain that science in a way that the public can understand. There are primers which lead to cellular and systems level vulnerability. There are acute triggers which cause cellular and systems level dysfunction. And then we have amplifiers which prevent the body from healing and coming back to a state of homeostasis. So when we talk about factors, I think we could talk about acetaminophen in that same way. Primers, triggers, amplifiers. This is a framework that the public can understand and is unassailable scientifically. And I think we, as a medical community, as a scientific community, we can do a better job also of, moving away from the altar of genetics to a systems biology approach that recognizes environmental contributors, the primacy of environmental contributors.
Thanks so much, Sylvia and Honey. I mean, those are really great points. And, I think we should also be open to the idea that it's strange that people with so much power in certain cases, somebody who, like you said, is well-connected, had financial resources, true of a lot of people who I've met who've suffered through the autism journey with their children. And it's also true of senators, and there are a couple of Congress people. So there are people who've had a lot of power, and even those people haven't, over this last 20 or 30 years, been able to kind of break through to the media. And I think what we should think about there is that it's possible that that's not an accident. I mean, if people with a lot of money and a lot of power get through, maybe, just maybe, they're multi-billion-dollar companies that are willing to spend a lot of money to amplify stories that contradict these stories and that vilify the people on this stage and the millions of parents who they represent. So I think that really is something that's happened, and that it's been done on purpose. It's not an accident. It's not, doctors and scientists and hospital owners kind of just having no idea what's going on, sort of like you were saying, Lou, that this has been to make a lot of money for a small number of companies, and that is ending now. And that, you know, President Trump, you know, obviously has the courage to go up against these people. Secretary Kennedy, we all know, has the courage and has been doing it for 20 or 30 years. And so many parents obviously have just incredible courage, but this is the time for us to all kind of shine and for us to take our country back, our families back, our health back, and it's happening now. So I think we should think about the terrible things that have happened, but we should also think about the things that are possible going forward.
Tony, thank you for saying that, because I think, you know, this is being live streamed. It's not just the people in this room. And any parents out there, with everything you have to do, we want you to become politically active, whether it's you run for school board, whether it's you start an organization, whether you work with local organizations, be part of us here, but get out there and engage. I know you have a lot to do. I know that, right? But we must be politically active. Politics is both the problem and it's the solution. So let's be out there. I know we've been through a lot. Be out there, be positive. I'm not mad at anyone from the New York Times. I want to talk to them, right? That's what we want to do, is we want to have meaningful conversations. It was said, you know, there's a lot of disagreements. Yeah, we're Americans. We do that. We're supposed to do that. So let's engage in the process and keep the conversations going.
Yeah, I mean, like, if the New York Times is still here, we all want to talk to you. Any media reporter is invited into my home to spend time with my son Theo, who's home right now having an IVIG infusion. I just wanted to speak to Tony, what you brought up, sort of like the systems level issue, because I think members of the autism community get painted, I think, in media as conspiratorial. And that really our systems are fine, and this is really a sort of an aberrant, biased viewpoint. I want to bring up the opioid epidemic. Like, the opioid epidemic was business as usual in the American medical healthcare system. We were told over and over again that opioid medications were safe and effective when used for pain. Multiple experts in pain societies, at academic institutions, repeated what was ultimately an abject lie, that only a tiny percentage of people who were prescribed opioids for pain would become addicted. I remember being an intern and writing like 60-day opioid prescriptions, because I was told, you know, pain was like, you know, the fourth vital sign, and I was told that people couldn't get addicted. And we know now that that's false, and that it was intentionally false. And, you know, tens of thousands of lives have been lost and damaged because of that. So it's not conspiratorial. And I think we need to be open to really openly and empathically, critically looking at our systems and finding where the bias is toward financial interests and away from the health of our children.
So let's just very quickly now go through maybe 2 different roadblocks that each of you faced in trying to help your children, just as sort of like an indication for the public, for the media, of what sort of things parents go through. So let's start with Sylvia.
Yeah, I think the toughest thing that we went through was a period of about 3 years where my son had daily horrific blood-curdling pain, where he would lie on the floor and scream in abject horror. And despite trying intervention after intervention, both mainstream and complementary interventions, you know, nothing helped him until we started IVIG. And I will say, to hold that level of pain and distress in your child, and I know that the parents here will agree, is one of the most horrific things that a parent can experience. I will just say to the physicians in the room, even though during that time, until we got onto IVIG, that we didn't see much progress in terms of the interventions that we tried, having a physician keep their eyes wide open and stay in the moment with me, human to human, even though they couldn't help directly, was really, really important to me. And so I say this to some of the physicians in the mainstream community also who may not know what to do, who may not understand yet or haven't been trained in the system's biology that underlies autism and potential interventions, and shout out to MAPS and that organization to train physicians. But to stay in it with your parents is incredibly emotionally important for them. And I thank my providers, some of whom are in this room, and others who aren't here today, for staying in it with me and not giving up. So,
yeah, let me just say quickly, for the people who are watching this who don't have a child who suffered through autism, I think that because the media lied for so many years, and because the government institutions lied and participated in the fraud, and the big corporations that were behind it and profiting from it, paid for the politicians, paid for the media, it was very hard for the general public to have a reasonable view of what was going on. And so when they saw somebody in the street or at a restaurant, they were irritated, or on a plane or on a train, anywhere, where they saw a kid screaming, they looked at the parents, they thought, is this kid being kidnapped? Are these bad parents? Are they parents who are not taking care of their kids, who haven't taught them discipline? All of those kinds of things. So I think it's really important for the general public, for everybody, for millions of Americans, to recognize that they were lied to, but as a result of that, they've treated the parents of people with autism so incredibly badly over all these years. And that they should really look at it now, look at what they've done, and change now. Because now the world is changing, and now it's possible to see the truth. And now you all of you people who haven't suffered through this, who were able to escape this, should be grateful that that's your story. But you should also look at these millions of parents and help them in any way you can. Donate money to them, be kind to them, invite them to your homes, to your parties, be considerate, on planes, trains, anywhere else, because this is something that you didn't have to deal with, that you didn't know about before, but now you do know. So now there's no excuse. And, this has been a horrific thing for millions of parents. And I'm just so glad to be part of telling the public what actually happened.
Yeah, it's a club that we all belong to that we don't want any more members in. So I think the two hardest things for me were, and I'll just because I have the twins, I'll talk quickly on my one son Vincent. That when we realized that he had this breakthrough, that he was presumed to be mentally, impaired, and they thought he was like that of a 5-year-old child, and then we found spelling to communicate, and it was this amazing, beautiful thing. But then it was still left the burden on us to get trained in how to help him, on how to find practitioners, to drive 3 hours each way to go see the practitioners, to push the envelope to get people to even believe that our children can do this and that they're capable. I think one of the biggest hardships is the financial burden that we face sometimes, right? Because a lot of us don't have open-ended financial, ability to do what we want. I feel blessed that I could, but I will tell you, for spelling, I spend hundreds and hundreds of dollars every week, private pay. Nobody, I live in the state of Pennsylvania, and nobody gets it covered. And when I keep fighting the state, they're like, it's not approved. I'm like, it's his means of communication. How is that not approved? Anyway, that's one of the hardest battles, is how much we fight. And then in regards to in that same segue to his brother, who was medically fragile, and nobody could help me, and I had to go see doctor after doctor, and my husband is 11 years older than me, by the grace of God, and I kept going to him. He's like, stop spending money. We don't have it. I'm like, find it. I don't care. Like, we'll work until we're 100. We have to save our kids. So I was fortunate enough to be able to pull, like, from my husband's retirement fund, but who should have to do that? When I sat with the president of the American Academy of Pediatrics that said, oh, we knew your kids were going to get hurt. Well, my husband fought in the Federal Court of Claims lawsuit for years and years and years, and it's just a kangaroo court is what we call it, right? But I was fortunate enough to find the leucovorin, that one simple drug, because doctors weren't educated. But do you know how many families are living our life that can't do anything? They can't do healthier food, they can't afford the organic, they can't see a doctor, their kid can have chronic GI issues and gut dysbiosis, and they don't have any support. We need to truly, Sylvia is one of our MAPS doctors, Dr. Fry is one of our MAPS doctors, Dr. Gaetanis is one of our MAPS doctors. These people are changing the world, but we need the pediatricians to understand this information so that the parents can go to a doctor that actually takes insurance, and they can have guidance and they can have the support. So I think my biggest hurdle was bleeding. I mean, my poor husband, I can't even believe he's still alive. I've like beaten that man up so much with two of them, but I mean, praise God for Barbara and Acela. But I mean, it's a lot of a hardship that people don't really even talk about. So they can call us crazy, I don't care. That my nickname is the honey badger, and I'll own that, because somebody gave me the best compliment and said, a honey badger will take down animals 3 to 4 times their size to protect their children. And I'll do that. And the others.
Yeah, one thing that the New York Times has covered fairly well is how much it costs to have an autistic child from birth till the end of their life. And I think something like 10 years ago was the first story that I read on that, and at the time it was something like $5 million, which I think is probably low. So, it just is an incredible burden, and it's one of the burdens that certainly needs to be lifted as soon as possible, and that, all of the different treatments and therapies like spelling to communicate and its sort of twin sister RPM, rapid prompt movement method, rapid prompt method. But so many of those therapies, they've sort of tried to get out of covering because the media has covered it and the government has explained it as something that's genetic. The insurance companies sort of think, well, that's not our fault. Why should we have to pay for it? And because now we're all at the point where our government is willing to address it as something that's not genetic, then all of these things really have to be covered. It makes sense that they would be covered. And if they are covered, I think that the families will be so much better off, and it just seems fair and reasonable, and I really hope to take part in making that happen.
And I know this will be covered in a different panel on research, but one of the things that's been frustrating for all of us as autism parents is that there hasn't been progress with respect to treatments. There's been all of this research money and all of this time, and autism parents, because they have to, become very sophisticated in sort of understanding the system's biology and the science, and we can see that there is no translation between, or limited translation between, research and treatment, and that needs to shift. So I really call upon the NIH and HHS. We need to focus on research. We can't fund everything, so we do need good research about what works and for whom. And again, at the N of one level, because something that works for one person is going to be very different in someone else. But to translate it into viable treatments that focus on the system's biology, our kids deserve to have medical treatment. Like, this is a medical whole body disorder. We need to move out of the psychiatric behavioral classification to autism as a whole body systems biology disorder and our children are deserving of medical treatment.
It's so true, and it's true also that one of the reasons that we have some of these problems is the 1986 liability waiver law. And the idea that big companies can do this to millions of parents and millions of children and not have to pay anything for it, is a lot of the problem. I don't think we can solve it all at the government level, but if these companies, have to pay for what they do to people, then I think they're going to find ways to do better research and to harm people much less frequently, because they're going to have this incentive to do a better job. And we need at every level to have incentives for companies not to harm people. And I think we also need to unleash the free market. So these companies have monopolies, and we need people who can think in all kinds of different ways, who can come up with all kinds of new theories of how to treat people who are already sick or prevent people from getting sick. And so I hope that's coming. Lou.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that needs to change is one of the hurdles we had was finding treatments, right? And part of the problem was that doctors were being intimidated and persecuted, and we need for that to stop. Doctors who treat autism need to be respected. Our homeopaths need to be respected. They need to be protected, not hunted down in the media and villainized. They're trying to do something about the problem, and instead they are attacked. And we all know examples of this going back to Semmelweis. And that this is what goes on with people who, like Richard Fry, observe something, act on it, develop a theory, develop a treatment, all right? There are people who I bet, and I've never met Dr. Fry until today, all right? But I bet that there are people who are angry with him, right? And what has he tried to do? He's tried to use science and logic to help people, all right? So we need for that to stop. Again, we're looking at millions of people who are going to need a place to live. We need for them to be healthier, to function better, right? So we need treatments, and we need to, the free market, yes. Instead of, persecuting doctors and nurses, who've worked in the trenches with our families, we need them to be respected and elevated, not constantly bombed with, you believe this or you believe that. So what? And so what if occasionally we're wrong, right? We're trying things. It wasn't until Monday that I ever heard of a treatment being spoken about at the federal level. And I've been doing this for 20 plus years. So that, impediments, we need minds to open. And that's the biggest impediment.
Such a great point. And it's so clear that the government has kind of just gotten in the way of so much progress, and that everybody's just gotten in the way, and we need to unleash a new way of thinking that I think is really possible now. And I'm really hopeful at what can happen when that starts to change, and as it is now. So thanks so much, Lou. Katie.
Similarly, I think we're not seeing treatments develop because they aren't studying it. The NIH rejects all the most innovative grants. Like there's this wonderful autism dad, James Adams. And this is kind of a snobbery thing too at ASU. The NIH likes to fund Emory, Yale, Johns Hopkins, over and over, and Harvard over and over again. And this wonderful dad has developed a treatment for ASGI disease, which is so painful. My son has it. And I wish so much we could be in the trial, but it's in Arizona. The NIH regularly turns down the most wonderful ideas. It's just criminal that they continually refuse to listen to parents. And then the other thing about genes, which is they kept saying to Christian and his dad and I, we're going to find the gene because this makes no sense and it can't be vaccines. So we went to Cleveland Clinic, Boston Children's, Columbia Presbyterian, one more useless than the next. And they did blood tests. They asked my husband and I if we're related. Are we sure we're not? And they're just desperate. Do you know what it's like? It reminds me of addicts. Like and they say like, well, we're going to look at the brain and we're going to find the neural pathways and we're going to plug in a drug. I'm like, no, you're not. I'm calling it. It's not happening. It's not happening. Let's move on. So ego is a real problem. They won't let go and move on. We need to research autism a lot differently.
Yeah, so I think that what we really need to happen now, and what I think hopefully will start to happen now, is that we just have an explosion of free speech, an explosion of ideas of all kinds that, like Bobby Kennedy said, like the president has been saying, to turn over every stone. And for, to have incentives to have journalists really investigate things, would be just a great change from the way things have been in recent years. And one of the ways to do that is to stop pharmaceutical ads, which they're in the process of doing. But we also need an explosion of doctors who are willing to think out of the box and who don't just do what they're told to do. And I realize that there are incentives in place for lots of doctors if they do certain things in a particular way, for the insurance company, by the pharmaceutical company, by the government. If in certain states, I'm fairly certain if your clients are 70, or if 70% of your children are vaccinated, or 90% or 95%, you get paid extra. So you have that little push where you think, well, everywhere I read, everything that I'm told says this is the right thing to do, and I make more money. So it's a good combination that reinforces something that a reasonable, doctor who's willing to investigate, who's willing to really think things through, might not naturally do.
Tony, can I share something about, just so since we talk, I know a lot of the people that are involved in this community, like Dr. Fry, like he had never heard about leucovorin, but yet it saved my kid's life, right? So that's why I really did jump head in, just to be like, okay, I'm tired of supporting these parents. We really need to educate the doctors, to your point. But I do want to share that these are the most humanitarian people you'll ever meet, like the Frys, like the Sylvia, because their heart is 100% into it, and like the Johns. And our medical board, everybody's a volunteer. We're a nonprofit. Everybody is there for the right reasons. And we say, if you want to see the good people, these are the good people. They are all in. They want to help your kid. They don't look at any child exactly the same. I know that he and I were just discussing, leucovorin's great, but we have to be careful because John will get up and share that you might need supplementation to help it be implemented. And there's a lot of stuff, like a lot of our doctors suggest arnica instead of using Tylenol. So it's for homeopathy. So I think that it's just really important to understand that doctors, we really can educate them really easily. Sylvia, you could probably speak to it, but what we teach is kind of looking at the individual, peeling back, root cause medicine, because that's where we really figure out what we need to do for research and how we can help them heal, to the point of like Fry's and John's work.
Yeah, there are a lot of good people in mainstream allopathic medicine as well who really mean well, but we've simply not been trained in a systems biology model that looks at things like mitochondrial functioning, oxidative stress, immune issues, the microbiome, the gut. We just haven't been trained that way. So I think there are a lot of people, doctors and physicians, who want to support our community, who need more training. And I will, just say also, the physicians who are vaccinating according to the schedule believe in that. They believe, they've been trained that is the best way to keep people healthy. And, the control of infectious illness is incredibly important. It is. So I think we need to do better at identifying who is at risk, who is vulnerable, and studying all of our medical products at the level of individual responses, looking at metabolomics, looking at proteomics, all of our medical interventions. We have this technology, it's not hard. So we need to see how our interventions affect the individual so we can identify those who may be at risk from our interventions. So just, as someone speaking sort of who's trained in the mainstream and who's worked there for a long time, there are, wonderful, well-meaning physicians, but we've just not been exposed to this way of thinking before, and maybe it's the autism community who can move the medical establishment, along a little bit.
Hopefully. And when we went to the American Academy of Pediatrics, we had a MAPS booth there, and our board went, and our hope was to educate. We thought we'd be flooded by all these pediatricians coming to us saying, oh, wow, you can treat that? We'd love to learn. And instead, they came to us and said, can we send you all our patients? Because we have no time. We have 10 minutes to see these kids. We have no time to treat their GI issues. We have no time to discuss the sleep. We have 10 minutes. And it's not that, they were like heartbroken going, can we send them all to you? And I'm like, oh my gosh, no. Send me all your doctors. We need more doctors. We don't have enough of them. That's tragedy in and of itself. These kids go to a pediatrician and they're like, good luck.
Yeah, I don't think that's true of all pediatricians, even though I think it's true of almost all. But I think people have time to do the things that they want to do and the things that they value and the things that they think are top priorities. And, and that's a personal decision that doctors have to make. But I think it's a great point that, that each child is different, that there are problems with infectious diseases, and that the answer for each person can be different, and that what's really been lacking isn't to have strong rules the opposite of the rules that we've had in place. What's been really lacking is real dialogue and real discussions, and the idea that a parent can have a talk with a doctor and not get kicked out of that doctor's practice, but sort of think it through. Like maybe, you shouldn't be considered an anti-vaxxer or a conspiracy theorist if, for example, you're totally on board with the idea of vaccines, but you want to look at the package insert. You want to think it through. You want to see, does my boy who's 12 years old really need the HPV vaccine? Or, as the president said, does my child really need to get hepatitis B on the day of birth? So each of these things should be open for discussion. And I think that if things were all open for discussion, then we'd have real medicine, real science, where some of the time what's right for your child is just going to be totally different than what's right for somebody else's child, knowing their own personal history, their child's history, their family history, and all of that sort of stuff. And then also people would have the freedom to make decisions with all the information on the table and take their own responsibility for what the outcome is. So one last thing that I'd like to do is, we're all very grateful, other than maybe a few reporters in the room, that Secretary Kennedy is working so hard and so passionately, and as somebody pointed out, from 5 a.m. until he just, can't keep his eyes open. So we're all really grateful for that, but let's just say that Secretary Kennedy was sitting right here in a chair. What is one thing you would ask him to do and to focus on? Sylvia.
I think we need to focus on, just what I said before, sort of systems biology research that looks at individual outcomes. And we need to be studying people at the individual level. And we need to focus on treatments. We desperately need treatments for co-occurring medical conditions and also for the core symptoms of autism, neuroinflammation, brain inflammation, immune dysfunction. We need to address those, and I'd really like to see the NIH research portfolio shift.
Makes a lot of sense to me.
I think that I would ask that, with 1 in 6 children having some kind of a disability in today's world and 1 in 31 having autism, I think that it should be mandatory for all pediatricians to learn some root cause medicine. And again, MAPS is the only organization in the country that trains physicians on how to treat autism in complex medical cases. I think it should be mandatory that they know this, because again, when we know better, we do better. So a lot of it's innocent ignorance is what I've always called it, and they don't mean to hurt our children. They really believe in it, to Sylvia's point. So my wish would be that. But I will say one thing about the funding stream. I am really happy. I hate when I see 5 people making money off of my son's disability. I think the funding stream can be altered a little bit and some cuts can be made, because I think the families could utilize some of the money to be able to see these physicians. So.
Thanks so much. Lou.
Well, I think everybody covered it, and I certainly said, we have to focus on the future. And I would just say thank you, Bobby. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Katie.
I would say that too. Thank you for putting up with all the abuse and the slander and the death threats. I wish he would fire every single person at the NIH working on autism. Just had it. I've had it. We have to get new people in there. And another thing, a lot of them are psychologists. We don't want psychologists doing more autism research. They do learn the signs, behavioral interventions. We need the NIH. We need toxicologists, immunologists, metabolic specialists, mitochondrial specialists. We need that kind of group researching autism directly into treatments, and to get rid of the people there now.
So let me just end with, Bobby Kennedy said that he prayed for 19 years to have the opportunity to serve all the parents in this country, to help protect all the children in this country, and to fight back against all of the corruption that led to the situation that we're in now. So I think that, what we've had is, and he really thanks, and I think we should all thank President Donald Trump for giving him this opportunity. But since this is an autism conference, we should also thank him for what he said Monday, which is that 40 or 50 years ago, 1 in 10,000 people had an autism diagnosis. Right now, 1 in 31 people in America has an autism diagnosis. And he said that he wants to work towards, that he hopes that by the time he's done with his next, with this term, that we're back to 1 in 10,000 or 1 in 20,000. And I think that's possible. I mean, Sylvia, you were talking about all the incredible, possibilities that all the medical breakthroughs, that there's so much that's possible. There's so many incredible resources with AI, with all the money we have, all the funding that NIH does.
Yeah, and despite the majority of funding going directly towards genetics research, we have amazing researchers. Rick Fry, who's right here, Bob Navio, who I've had the opportunity to work very closely with, Judy Vanderwater, who's looking at maternal immune activation and dysregulation. We have, despite the fact that there hasn't been enough research dollars going to this, we've had amazing advances in our understanding of the system's biology. It's time now to translate that into treatment.
And then maybe what we can do is not have 1 in 10,000, not 1 in 20,000, but 0 in 330 million. Thanks so much, everybody.
Wow.
First
Thank
panel.
you, Tony and Sylvia and Louis and Honey and Katie. Thank you so much. And Tony, thank you for the reminder that this is about the families and the parents who are suffering. I appreciate that.
Thanks for putting this on.
Thank you. Thank you. Fantastic. You're the best.
So this was the first
Okay,
panel.
because we have 3 more panels, I'd like to invite everyone who's on panel 2 to please come up to the stage. This is our panel on genetic vulnerabilities and environmental factors. And James Lyons-Weiler is going to be moderating this panel. Dr. James Lyons-Weiler has been publishing biomedical research scientist for over 25 years, leading a movement to restore science as a tool for truth and public accountability. He founded and is an editor-in-chief of the journal Science, Public Health, Policy, and Law, a journal that had massive impact during COVID-19 disinformation period, and then again during Secretary Kennedy's confirmation hearings. Jack, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Deborah. Wow, check 1, 2. What a great panel. Can we get a round of applause for the parents? They really brought it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think what we'll do is we'll talk, each of us, a little bit about, whatever our opening comments are, And I don't have a child with autism, but every child with autism is my child. And I'll tell you why. And every child with autism is your child. And I'll tell you why. Louis Conti brought up the social aspect, the social responsibility that our society owes to children who suffered vaccine injury. And if vaccines are of use to anyone, and if families are asked to put their children at risk of harm, doesn't that make them the heroes of our society? Doesn't that mean that they actually took one for the team and they should be celebrated as heroes? Okay, so there's obviously something else going on here. I innocently walked into the blender of autism science when I decided to write a book. The book was Cures versus Profits, to ask the question, how can we bring better medicine to market in spite of the profit motive? It's a great question. I wrote 16 chapters and decided at the last minute, what's the number one successful thing that has ever come to market? Oh, I know, vaccines. They're great. Save millions of lives. They're safe and effective. So I tried to write a chapter on vaccines. And the chapter reads like this: vaccines are safe, vaccines are effective, they save millions of lives, Andrew Wakefield. I said, whatever happened to that guy? I heard about him before. I looked him up, and I saw that Andy actually was completely decimated by the press over the years. His career was disrupted. Everything bad that could possibly happen to a guy happened to this guy, except for, his stint with a supermodel. That was pretty cool. But I then said, well, if I'm going to stay true to my creed as a scientist, I'm actually going to read the studies. Now, I did not know that Katie Wright read the studies and saw that they were garbage. She did that before I did. I read those studies. In my previous job to being an author, I was the director of a research corps at the University of Pittsburgh. I had academic appointments in Department of Pathology, University of Pittsburgh Cancer Institute. And I was used to doing study design. I was used to doing the systems biology that you just heard called for. I was used to doing complex science where we could ask complex questions. And I read the studies that were published by the CDC, and I said, oh my God, this is garbage. I could see it instantly that they were cheating. They would grab a data set, analyze it one time. They didn't like the result. They'd throw it away, that result. They'd change the study design. They looked at the result again, and rinse and repeat until autism went away, until autoimmunity went away, until ADHD went away, whatever they wanted to make magically disappear. And that's when it struck me. As a nation, with as many vaccines as we give our children, including hepatitis B on day one, I realized we were flying blind in terms of our health. What are we doing to this generation of children? My two sons, born in 1999 and 2001. What is happening? Who knows what's happening? I ran into some guy named Brian Hooker when I was doing my research because he had something about an MMR study, and that was late. I said, listen, would you do an interview with me? And he graciously said yes. And at the end of the interview for that chapter, he said, we're making a documentary. And that was Vaxxed. So I listened to all of the transcripts. I read the transcripts with Bill Thompson and with Brian Hooker. And yeah, the fact that the MMR study was altered just as I just described these other ones, that was shocking enough. But the number one thing that everyone needs to know, especially the press, is that Dr. William Thompson from the CDC told this doctor, Brian Hooker, right here, that every single vaccine study that was published by the CDC or contracted by anyone working for the CDC was put through a sanitation process. Every last one of them. So now I knew we were not only flying blind, but we didn't even know what kind of aviation machine we're flying. We really have no idea about vaccines, and that's where we stand to this day. We really do not know the scope of the effects of vaccines. on human health. I'm teaching a course right now, Vaccines and Immunity, and I'm still learning things from the reductionist view of looking at systems biology. And I've been at this since 2015 in earnest. And Gracie and I parked outside of a CVS. I realized if I included this particular chapter in this book, not only it would just tank the book, there goes my dream of being a best-selling author. By the way, it's available on Amazon.com. It's called Cures versus Profits. But not only that, but it would tank my academic career, that no major medical institution would ever hire me again. Gracie and I thought about it, prayed about it. It was the kids. You cannot understand how anyone, let alone a pediatrician who has sworn their life to helping children, can walk away from a child as if they're just a number on their spreadsheet. Everything that you heard in the last panel, I'm so glad they brought it up, but I want to reiterate. If I were to fall on the ground and start seizing right now, a seizure, the EMTs would come get me, and en route to the hospital, they'd stabilize me. There's a whole series of tests that they would run on me. They check my blood sugar, among other things. They would check my blood pressure to make sure I wasn't bleeding out internally. Parents are told while their child is screaming and then going into seizure after vaccine injury that, yeah, that happens sometimes. It's normal. Let it burn out. They'll be better in the morning. And time after time after time. They're not. Sometimes they don't wake up. And death from vaccine injury actually is a reproducible process. There is a clinical progression from death. I've heard it too many times from parents that told me, first they turn blue. What does the doctor say? Well, you don't have to bring them in until this or the, you have a child that's blue. What does that tell you? Raise your hand if you know what it means to have a child that's blue. They're low in oxygen. Did you know that the aluminum that's in vaccines binds to a molecule called transferrin? Transferrin's job is to take the red blood cells, is to take the iron from the diet and put it into the bone marrow so your baby and your body can make red blood cells. And if you bind up that transferrin with aluminum, they're not making red blood cells. This is not just vaccine-injured children. This is biochemistry. This is happening to every child that receives an aluminum-containing vaccine. And yet, did you know that the FDA to this day, has no pediatric dose limit for aluminum in vaccines? The only pediatric dose limit that exists is from my study, one of my studies, where I published and I looked at what they said was a safe level in adults, and I did very simple math based on body weight called Clark's rule. And our kids on first day of life are receiving 14 to 20 times the dose that any adult would ever receive. Now remember what I said about transferrin. There are other things we can go into in the mechanisms of vaccine injury. I have articles on those too. You can look those up. But the gall of the denialists is, well, they really need to learn their lesson. And I want to say I'm apolitical. And take my word on it, I am apolitical. I can't choose a party because I can't choose a party. I'm not going to get into why. But today, former President Barack Obama on Twitter wrote, we have people in power making broad claims around certain drugs and autism that have been continuously disproven. The degree to which those comments can undermine public health, do harm to women who are pregnant, create anxiety for parents and who do have children who are autistic, is violence against the truth. I wrote to him, that's reckless polemic. Please stop dividing. You do not know what you were talking about. I have the honor of working closely with Secretary Kennedy since about 2015 as well. I think it was Brian that introduced us. And, when just the very thought that we have the opportunity, knowing that the problems are for so long, it's 2025, I've known what the problems are for 10 years, I had to get involved. So there were parents that would come to me and say, you're a scientist, would you like to be a witness in my vaccine injury trial? And I said, sure. I'll do the research, I'll look at the science, and I'll say these are the mechanisms of how vaccines can cause harm. And I quit the program after one of the special masters tried to bribe me to change my testimony, and I refused the bribe. I withdrew all of my invoices, and I left the program in protest. And that issue has now been referred to the Attorney General's office. I have a recording of the attempted bribe. Please understand that those that would do weaponized language to divide people are not our friends. Not only do we need freedom of speech and objective science to be able to understand our world and teach our children what the world is and how it really works, we need mutual respect to be able to come at each other with integrity, with the anticipation that if we disagree and we actually work it out, one of us is going to learn something, and that's a good thing. But they don't want to know. They don't want to know. I want to weigh in just briefly on what the last panel talked about in terms of treatments for kids. That is absolutely a priority for parents. I happen to think that the number one priority ought to be the prediction of who's going to have a problem with a vaccine, so that you then change their clinical path and prevent it, which of course is taboo. And it's taboo not only because of the money, but because the power structures that are involved, people threatening to pull money from this organization or that. Pharma-funded AAP, that's their new name, by the way, did you know that? Pharma-funded, pharma-backed AAP, take your choice. They lie to each other about vaccine safety. They just have these conversations online and in their papers and everything. They actually lie to themselves. And so reformation of medical education should be a number one priority for the NIH. Absolutely. Not just on the treatment of autism, but what predictors exist. And I have a whole list of them. I've done this. I've looked at this for a long time. I have a whole list of them. I'm expert in AI. I'm expert in machine learning. And I'm telling you right now, there's not, whether we change the vaccine schedule or not, I'm really glad, Drew, that we are, that there's going to be a reformation there. And we've already seen ACIP in action. But I'm telling you right now, I think we know enough that we could get almost every single kid out of harm's way if they're destined to regress to autism, and if they're destined to develop autoimmunity, and if they're destined to develop ADHD and those kinds of things from vaccines. The proof is in the pudding, and so NIH should have a major research funding, just a program, one program, that they're going to study the effects of vaccines on human health, study the effects of aluminum on human health, with the specific intent of changing clinical practice to get kids out of harm's way. That has to happen, and it has to happen now. We owe it to our kids. We owe it to the next generation of kids, so that we have a cohort of kids who are actually a big red stop sign comes on the screen. The parents shouldn't have to figure this out. We are entrusting the pediatricians, we're entrusting HHS all these years. We've trusted the government to look after, at CDC, to look after our best interests. It should not be, the onus should not be on the parents to figure out vaccine risk on their own at high cost. It should be something that's done in earnest, specifically written in the press, that if NIH, Bobby has said it, if they do not reduce human pain and suffering and put a reduction in chronic illness, then he's not interested in doing his job anymore, because he's not the right guy for the job. That's Robert F. Kennedy Jr. So I work every day on this. Bobby works on it every day on this. Everybody that you see here talking works on it one capacity or the other. There are so many things to change that are exactly wrong, that I want to encourage all of you to get as involved as you possibly can. If you're a scientist, join a study section at the NIH. If you're a medical doctor, join a study section at the NIH. Offer your services. Be vocal with the press. Make yourself available. If you're a mom, a dad, whatever you do in your life, educate other people, not to warn them against vaccines, but just to say the entire system's broken. Be part of the reformation. Go down to your congressman's office and say, we need new bills that change things to help Bobby. He's not a one-man band up there. He can't do it all on his own. And there's certain things that have to change to take legislation too. So, you know, with that, I'd like to introduce the panel and have them introduce themselves. You guys met Brian Hooker already, and you met Richard Fry. So we'll dispense with the biographies because in the interest of time. But Brian, why don't you talk a little bit about what you want to talk about, and I'll do a round of questions afterwards.
Thank you very much, Jack. And thank you so much for your comments. It really does take everybody getting involved. And at the risk of sounding like, you know, a PBS fundraising pitch, I do want people to continue to hold these agencies' feet to the fire. We have to do it. Just because you see something happen, in the rank and file in the NIH, the CDC, the FDA, CMS, wherever, doesn't necessarily mean that the Secretary of HHS knows about it. I mean, one of the things that I noticed, there was an NIH Autism Data Science call for proposals, and I looked at the awardees, and I realized there's something really wrong there, because it's just sort of the same people that have been doing the same thing, just more genetic reductionism, maybe some gene-environmental interactions, but it's the same people that have been funded for so many years that have really taken us down this 20-year road to nowhere. And so, we do need to get involved. We need new scientists on the study sections that are reviewing these proposals, that are making the recommendations, that are scoring these proposals. Otherwise, we do get sort of Ricky and Lucy reruns. I mean, everything, this has to change. And just because it happens doesn't mean that it's Secretary Kennedy's fault or NIH Director Bhattacharya's fault, but they need to know. And their feet need to be held to the fire. And if anybody would echo that particular message, I know that it would be RFK Jr. For that directly. I also really want to quick talk about acetaminophen.
I asked you the questions.
Okay, you are. Okay, we can just save those for the questions then. Yeah. Okay, very, very good. Okay, and I just real quick, I want to thank these gentlemen that are with me on stage, and all the practitioners that don't necessarily have any quote-unquote skin in the game. I mean, they do. And one of the things that I know specifically about Jack is that he takes these children personally. He takes them on. These men and women who are doing this aren't doing this to get rich. They're not doing this for their careers. They're not doing this for notoriety. Otherwise, then they've made really, really bad career choices. But they're doing it because they're like Jesus, and they're touched by the feeling of these children's infirmity. And that's what they're, you talk about Jesus' arms extended to society. It is these practitioners who would dare ask the question where pediatricians and family practitioners are turning them away. So I couldn't have more respect and more thanks for them.
So Richard, you know a thing or two about research. We'll get to the question and answers about environment and genetics afterwards, but just give an opener, if you would, about this particular topic for the panel and your role in it and what you know.
Yeah. The research on autism at the NIH has been very disappointing over the last number of years. And one of the reasons, I think, is that there was a bill that was signed, I believe, by President Bush to allocate so much money to autism research at the NIH. But from what I understand, the NIH wasn't given any money. So they just told everybody, all the institutes, well, you're all going to do autism research. So, and most of them said, well, that's not in our mission, that for us to do that. This isn't the home for autism. So nobody really is welcoming those grants all that much. The other issue is that, we were in the age of genetics. At the turn of the century, that was the really big thing. We were going to sequence the genome, and we'd finally find every gene for every disease. And it didn't work out that way. But we trained all these geneticists, and we have all this equipment to look at genetics, and genetics is important. And so what happens is you have these scientists that are on the panels that review this work who are biased. That's what they do, so that's what they understand, and they don't appreciate other points of view. It's not what they're trained in. And so those type of alternative grants get pushed to the side and not funded. And the fact is that the funding pay line now is very, very, very low. I remember when I got started in research in the 80s, it was 25%. So, 25% of grants, I mean, they had good grants, got funded. And now I think it's down to 4%. So you not only have to have, what do they say, advocates on there, on the panel, but you have to speak to exactly what those particular people on the panel want. And it becomes a perpetuating system where new research does not get funded. The other thing I think that in general, one of the differences from the United States from other countries is that in other countries, a scientist is given a salary by their university, and they don't have to write grants for their salary. They have to write grants for their lab to support their people, their supplies. In the United States, an investigator has to include their own salary on the grant. And so that means if they want a good salary, one, they have to get lots of grants, which causes competition. Two, what's really unfortunate is that grant, a lot of it's taken up by salaries. And they can't spend that money on technicians and other supplies. And so it makes a very competitive landscape. And of course, then there's the idea at universities that they get a lot of overhead, and that's something that has been, talked about. And many mainstream universities, regular universities, may get 30%, but you have universities like Harvard which get 100%. So if I was at Harvard and I got a $2.5 million grant, which is your standard in our R01, the institute would get another $2.5 million just to pay for the lights and the room that I'm in. So the universities make it so that this becomes very competitive for these NIH grants because they want the money for this. And really good research becomes underfunded. It used to be that many private foundations would fund some of this up-and-coming research, but as the budgets got tighter and tighter at NIH, then the people that used to get grants went to those foundations. Of course, then there's the issue with publishing papers too, because if you don't publish exactly what they want, they're not going to appreciate that research, and then it gets published in a lower journal, and they say, oh, you see, it's not good because it's in a lower journal. So the way we do research, the way we appreciate research, the way it's funded is very flawed right now. One of the major things I feel is that there's many times not an appreciation of the impact of research. And so, and this is what, I said recently is, there's these people that get $2.5 million for to study a gene that affects 3 people. You could give me $30 and I can affect, probably more than that, but you could give me several $1,000s, $10,000, and I can affect, 2.5 million people just by, spreading the word about leucovorin and doing that type of research. So I don't think we appreciate what the impact, and I don't think it's really focused towards treatment. We're always looking for the cause, and the cause is important, but as a doctor, I'm a doctor, so I want to heal patients. So, that's great if you find the cause, those biological mechanisms that are, in the molecular parts of the cell, but I want to know what's going to help my patient. And if I can find something that helps my patient, you can figure out all those other mechanisms later on. I want to get, kids better.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you very much. So I'll just start thank you both. I'll just start since there's no one that, willing to ask me questions. That's fine. I'll just start with what I want to tell you guys. Looking at the genetics question, I want to teach you the history of genetics research and autism, where Katie Wright and her father had a division over this as a major issue. If autism is genetic, it's nobody's fault. It's just something that happens and nothing to do with it. Your life is set. You're going to have to be that way. It's not preventable, so you can't treat it. It's genetic. And so they set apart with the whole genome studies to do genetic studies, and they would find genes that are associated with the risk of autism diagnosis. But they couldn't find any genes after finding about 600 of them that where any of the genes explain more than 1 or 2% of the genetic risk. And then they kept searching and searching until they got about 850 genes. And Autism Speaks, the organization that Katie separated from over ethics, they actually celebrated every single one of those new gene discoveries with a headline. And sure enough, mainstream media, hey, they found a gene for autism. Hey, they found a gene for autism. Hey, they found a gene for autism. After about 850, it became really evident, especially after I published my book, The Environmental and Genetic Cause of Autism, that they weren't explaining autism. If none of these genes explained autism in terms of inheritance liability. So a group of them put their heads together and said, I know what we'll do is we'll actually pare down that list. There's too many. We'll pare down that list. And we'll get to the core set of genes that we think are most important. And of course, they went for the neurological genes. They didn't go for the detoxification deficiency genes. They didn't go for the methylation genes. They want to make it neurological, neurodevelopmental from a neurological, like neural impairment. And so they got this core set of genes and said, oh, scientists believe this. They got a headline. Scientists still think it's genetic, but these are the important ones we need to focus on. And the purpose of that was really just for pharma to go find drugs. It was twofold. We're going to go find drugs that can impact these and maybe have some effect. Fair enough. But then the strange thing happened. Next year, guess what they found? Hey, we found some more autism genes. Found some more autism genes. They wanted the headline. So they've kept funding new discovery research on autism genes, and that lasted about a year or two. And then it became really ridiculous to say that autism is genetic when the numbers really show, and our messaging was successful, especially Tony Bark, a friend of ours who's beloved and belated, that you can't have a genetic epidemic, right? It doesn't exist that way. So we've all said it, and the message, I think, stuck that the jig is up, if you will. And the heritability, Tony Lyons mentioned heritability, and that it seems like there's autism traits that are heritable. But that's only because traits are heritable. Think about the diagnosis of autism. What is it? You have repetitive behavior. You've got, whether you're very social, not social. These are heritable human traits. The fact that brain function is heritable is what they're really tapping into on the heritability of autism, right? So a lot of people know dads of kids with autism, and they might have, they kind of like to keep to themselves or whatever, but they actually lied in the last 3 major heritability studies, because in the first 3 or 4 heritability studies, they would say, let's look at how much of it's genetic with a correlation. And they calculated something called liability. Under the liability calculation, you're looking at 40% genetics. 40% genetics leaves 60% for environment. They couldn't have that. So they kept changing study designs and doing it in a different way until they got to the point where now they say, oh, it's between 80 and 90%, if you look at the headlines today in the mainstream media. But they never refer to the original studies, and that's not fair. They need to refer to the original studies and say that the range is here to here, and why did it increase? Why did the heritability increase over time, like clockwork? The studies that have never been done and that the NIH need to fund have to include genetics and environment in the same study with the same people. So not only can you understand the percentage that's due to genetics and the percentage that's due to environment, but you can calculate genetics times environment interaction. It's a very specific, easy to do study design. It doesn't take $3 million. It takes about $150,000 and a good electronic health record and some surveys. And then you put a p-value on the genes, and you put a p-value on environment, including common environmental exposures, and you put a p-value on the interaction term. If anybody knows a statistician, You can actually get them to agree with you that autism has not been studied. They'll know what an interaction term is. They'll say, you know what a good way to hide environment? Do genes over here and environment over here, but never do, or even do genes and environment in the same one, but don't look at the interaction term. You can bury the action in the interaction, because the interaction can be more important than one of the main effects. I'm getting in the weeds on this for a specific reason. Anybody from this day forward who says autism is genetic doesn't know what they're talking about. There is zero chance that anybody knows what the size of that interaction term is, because it's never been done, and until it's done, nobody can say it's genetic or environment. You can say it's environment partially, you can say it's genetic, but you can't say either or. That's the nature of this ignorance, and it's enforced ignorance, and it has to stop. So another topic I just want to mention briefly is, okay, why doesn't everybody get autism? Right? It's the same vaccine schedule, no problem. Well, there are a couple of reasons. You can point to the fact that the nurses weren't shaking up the vials with the mercury in it, and some kids got larger doses. That's a risk. You can actually look at the fact that there's a cohort of kids that got aluminum and mercury-containing vaccines combined. But if you look up the paper, Autism is an Acquired Cellular Detoxification Deficiency Syndrome, I actually tested the hypothesis that these kids are not able to detox as well as other kids, plain and simple. And we birthed them, we brought them into and are raising them in an increasingly toxic world. It's so bad that I think we would have had an autism epidemic eventually, finding the same families, the same genetic lineages of people who happen to not be able to detoxify as well as others, even if vaccines were never invented. Petroleum chemicals are absolutely poisoning our food, they're poisoning our water, they're poisoning our medicines, and usually it's the waste left over that they say, how do we agricultural, how do we do this? Let's make a kind of fertilizer out of this or something. Plastics, the things that you hear about all the time. I teach a course, environmental toxicology, because it's a huge concern. So not only do we have to have NIH then turn a sharp corner, do a 180 on genetics and environment for autism, we actually have to have real environmental science done. The major universities, they have endowed chairs. The endowed chairs include the chemistry department. Big Chem doesn't want anybody to know about environmental toxicology. You can't find a course on environmental toxicology like the one that I teach. 18 lectures that tell you the source and what to do about it, how to avoid it, how to shut it down. The source, the biological effects, and how to shut it down. So, and I taught that course because this was before, I developed that course because I didn't think we would ever get anywhere like we are right now with Bobby Kennedy as secretary. I thought we would never get there. I'm like, okay, we're going to have to clean up all of the rest of the world because they're going to insist on vaccines for everybody forever if we're going to have any effect. That's how dedicated I am. It's online. You can go to ipac-edu.org and sign up for it. But so the way that vaccines contribute to autism is that aluminum or mercury goes into the brain. There's no doubt about that. Chris Exley showed that there's no doubt about the fact that aluminum makes it to the brain. But we've known it since 1985 when they found that amyloid, that thing that you hear about with Alzheimer's, is part aluminum. Amyloid in the brain is part aluminum. So if it gets to the brain and it kills cells, those cells die. Microglia pick up those dead cells to clean up the brain, the cellular debris. They become intoxicated with aluminum and they die. If you distract your microglia during neurodevelopment, you cannot have a proper neurodevelopment. They prune the brain at the right time, in the right way, to make the brain a human brain, the way that it is. I'm not saying people with autism are not human. Please don't quote me and twist that language around. I would never say that. They're beautiful human beings. The fact is, if you can't develop your brain right because you have chronic microglial activation, it becomes an unstoppable inevitability that eventually you're going to lose everything that you got over neural development when the doses are accumulating as the aluminum builds up to toxic levels in the brain. You're going to regress. That is known. That is not controversial. Kids have chronic microglia activation from the age of 5 to 25. It's in the literature on autopsies of kids who died from other causes with autism. This other thing about neurodiversity, the last thing that I'll say for my part of this is people say, let's celebrate autism, it's neurodiversity, there's just differences and differences are okay. What's the average lifespan of a kid with an autism diagnosis? Does anybody know? 34 in the United States. Is that okay? Is it okay that we're celebrating neurodiversity instead of saying what? Okay, so we really need to get the aluminum out of kids' brains. We need detoxification, chelation studies, not the type of chelation that you hear about, bleach and all that garbage. Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about mild, long, slow chelation, because it's chronic exposure to toxins in the environment, including mercury, including aluminum. And if you can get that out, I have a protocol. I reversed my asthma. NIH needs to study slow, prolonged chelation to reverse asthma, autoimmunity, ADHD, and autism. That has to happen now. Dr. Jay Bhattacharya should be putting a research program together. Bobby Kennedy tells me they're going to study the health effects of aluminum on humans, so that's good news. So the really good news is we can do something right now. So let's go to Richard, if you don't mind, first. Richard, what exposures do you see parents reporting that attribute to the initial causes of autism?
So, we, as you know, we do a lot of research on mitochondria. Yeah. And so some of the studies, we developed an assay that is to look at not only mitochondrial function, but mitochondrial resilience. What we found is a signature to neurodevelopmental regression, that for some reason these kiddos, their mitochondria is actually functioning about twice that of normal. It's like a little race car, but as soon as it hits a bump, it falls apart. But the other thing that we were, in our research to kind of look at these things is we found out that that environmental exposures in utero are highly correlated with these changes in the mitochondria. So we've done a few studies, one at looking at air pollution, PM2.5, and we found that prenatal air pollution exposure has just looking at mitochondrial function of a kid that's 8-10 years old, has a significant raw correlation without correcting for anything of this. We also collaborated some of the work by the Mount Sinai School of Medicine with the baby teeth, where we showed, actually they had showed that manganese and zinc levels, low levels, prenatally, you could distinguish twins, which was going to get autism. Yeah. Well, we showed those in the regressive type autism, those change mitochondrial function long term.
So those who don't know, mitochondria are the parts of the cell that power the cell. You can't do much if you don't have an engine in your cell powering the processes of the cell. And the
brain, it uses up 20% of the energy, but it's 2% of the weight of your body. So it uses a lot of energy, and when it develops, when it changes, it needs a lot of energy to change. Not only after you're born, but before you're born, there's lots and lots of energy. And the mitochondria, this powerhouse, works in all different parts of the brain. And we know that if it's dysfunctional, actually even prenatally, if it's experienced prenatally, the brain will not develop as it should. If it's too slow, we know that the neurons don't develop enough. If it's too fast, they develop too much and there's overgrowth. And that's what we see in autism. So, one of the major things in, that, I think we see is that, the most, the environment that is most, that's most influential is that 9 months in your mom's belly. And we don't pay enough of time to that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me ask you, is maternal immune activation during those periods of time a risk factor?
Yes. And so, yeah. So if you, and this is some of the things I've never understood about people that, promote vaccines. Like, if you're going to make a vaccine for a tiny little baby, why would you put mercury in it? I mean, maybe it's bad, maybe it isn't, but why would you do that? It sounds like a really bad idea, just from the start.
Yeah, it is. It is. And then imagine trying to develop a brain, this magnificent, highly complex, trillions of cells thing where pruning programs have to happen at the same time, and you have a mitochondrial dysfunction that's genetic or environmentally induced, perhaps, and the brain is repeatedly anoxic before or after birth. Like I just said, you don't have transferrin making red blood cells, right? The aluminum goes in the bone instead. So the people that are aluminum apologists, they say, don't worry about it, it all goes to the bone. How did it get there? The FDA published that it actually binds to transferrin. So do you think that mitochondrial dysfunction could be responsible in part for detoxification deficiency?
Oh, most definitely. So what we see, if you look at the handout we have, we talk about there's this trifecta of oxidative stress, glutathione deficiency, mitochondrial dysfunction, neuroinflammation. And these, you can start in many different areas, and it creates a vicious cycle, which then perpetuates itself and makes you more vulnerable to environmental toxins. These are all systems that are influenced by the environment. Anything, not even toxins, inflammation, nutritional deficiencies. So when your systems, and we know this about kids with autism, is that the detoxification systems are running 200, 300% of normal. So they need higher than normal levels of certain nutrients.
Yep.
So normal nutrients is just not enough for them.
And oxygen.
And oxygen.
So Richard, last question, if you don't mind. If we had total information from mother's medical record, child's medical record, and a survey on environmental exposures at home and at work for the parents, what percentage of autism do you think is preventable?
So this is great. I'm really glad because I didn't get to this point. So what we're finding is that all these metabolic problems and neuroinflammatory issues that we see in kids with autism, we see in the moms. Okay, and so we're finding that that there is heritability, but it's not genetic. These metabolic and immune abnormalities are heritable. You know, and you can just think about that. If your mom has some type of mitochondrial dysfunction, their metabolism isn't working, not making the same energy, then the baby cells are going to adapt to that. They're not going to grow normally, and they're actually going to change the way their mitochondria work because they're not getting those fuels, or maybe they're getting certain types of metabolic intermediates that interfere with the way that they work. So what we're finding is that these things are actually transgenerational, heritable, can be found in the parents, both mom and dad, some of these things, and you can detect them before time, and then if you can intervene preconception, before we even start to have babies, then we could take the rise in autism to reverse the course. So
yeah.
It's better.
So do you think it would be like 50%, 70%, 80%, 90% could be prevented if we stopped putting toxins on purpose into children?
Well, I think there's many different things. I think, definitely the toxic load is important, giving the right nutrients, making sure we feed our microbiome correctly. That's something we haven't talked about, which is transgenerational too. Yeah. So I think that this whole idea of just becoming healthy, and treating our bodies correctly by decreasing the toxins and putting the fuels and the good nutrients it needs could go a long way to reversing a lot of chronic disease.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let's move on to Dr. Brian Hooker. Big hand for Dr. Richard Fry, please. Could you discuss, please, the role of acetaminophen in autism causation?
Well, when you look at how acetaminophen is detoxified, it is primarily detoxified in neonates and postnatally through glutathione-regulated pathways, or basically methylation and sulfation. And so if that is not properly detoxified, then a toxic metabolite called NAPQI then can accumulate in the brain. NAPQI is a neurotoxin. We know that autism is a neurotoxic condition. If you look at it, there's a paper called by D'Estasio that came out in 2019 that shows frank damage of microglia. It was a phenomenon called microglia blebbing, where the cells actually pinch off these small blebs or exosomes that are essentially damaged cells. So that is caused directly by NAPQI. Now, when you hear all this, you know, when I first started learning about Tylenol, I was like, oh great, one more thing to think about, you know, one more toxin. But it is, I believe, in many cases of the etiology of autism, it is necessary, but is not sufficient. You still need the genetic terrain, and then you still need the oxidative stress along with acetaminophen for autism causation.
Is there a window of susceptibility for acetaminophen?
Absolutely. The window of susceptibility is really postnatal. What I would call perinatal, during labor and delivery, especially after cord clamping, because then you cut off the mom's bloodstream. And then postnatally at that particular point in time, then the risk regarding acetaminophen does decrease postnatally as the newborn gets older and older. But I still believe that there's a risk, and there's a risk of regressive autism up through 5 years of age.
Yeah, I remember the advice of doctors saying if you're going to go in for your vaccine, give your kid acetaminophen beforehand, right, in anticipation of a fever. So I asked Richard about the maternal immune activation during pregnancy, and the idea in the mainstream medical thinking is we don't want infections during pregnancy. That's why we want to do vaccines. But not every woman gets influenza during those 9 months. Not every woman gets COVID-19 during those months, and not every woman gets tetanus or pertussis during those 9 months, but every woman that vaccinates 3 times gets all of those antigens as well, right?
Yeah, and I mean, the thing is, it's that you can plan for this, right? If you're going to get pregnant, you can make sure all your vaccines are up to date, you know, if you want to do that, you know, and so you don't have to get vaccinated during pregnancy. You know, other things like, you know, influenza, where it may be a seasonal thing. You know, one thing you could do is have people around the mother get vaccinated so she's not exposed to that, so they don't bring that home. So there's other different ways that you can prevent those disorders and even get the vaccines that you need without doing it during pregnancy.
Thank you. So, Brian, back to acetaminophen. It's been around since the 1880s. How do you explain this dramatic rise of autism starting in the late 1980s?
The rise in autism, again, it is sort of a fire triangle of acetaminophen, oxidative stress. Best way to get oxidative stress is to directly inject the toxins into your body vis-a-vis vaccines, and the genetic landscape on top of that. But starting in the 1980s, there's a baby aspirin scare with Reye syndrome. Okay, and so baby aspirin was no longer recommended during pregnancy or, essentially for postnatally. And that's when the advent of baby Tylenol started to come about. Then on top of that, you start to increase the oxidative stress. With oxidative stress, you also increase the need for some type of pain reliever, fever reducer, and so acetaminophen use then skyrocketed along with the vaccination schedule.
Thank you. So, sounds like you're moving away from pointing a finger at vaccines and autism. Is that true?
Wow, bite your tongue, dude. No, absolutely not. No, there are, taking a delivery system that gives you 100% absorption of a toxin is not good for you. It is just plain not good for you. You cannot, the vaccines do not get a pass in this. Mercury, aluminum, formaldehyde, polysorbate 80, triple live viruses, even a single live virus at the concentration that we don't, by the way, Merck does not tell us how much virus they put in the MMR vaccine. We know the minimums, we don't know the maximums. So again, it's such a great tongue-in-cheek delivery system for these toxins. They do not get a pass.
Thank you very much. So a couple of closing points. Dr. Brian Hooger, ladies and gentlemen. couple of closing points that I want to point out. You mentioned triple antigen sources. Under the U.S. Code of Federal Regulations, if you're going to sell or distribute a vaccine in the United States, the only part of the vaccine that has to be tested by law for safety is the proteinaceous part, and they don't even do that. Those safety studies would be animal studies where they increase the amount of antigen to animals and see what happens when you finally reach that overload point. What's the LD50 of the MMR? It's not published. What's the LD50? That's the number of animals that die after vaccination. Well, you know, 50%, that's the dose at which 50% die. But we have to change the Code of Federal Regulations so that dose escalation studies on every ingredient in vaccines has to be studied the way that it is in drugs. There's fillers in drugs, in pills. You go to the pharmacist, you get a pill. There are things that cause latent release, slow release of drugs. They have to be tested, right? We have to take the environmental toxicology of vaccines seriously in the phase of development, bringing them to market. And that's something we can do with a signature. We can have a signing statement by President Trump or Robert F. Kennedy Jr. changing. I think he can change the Code of Federal Regulations that way. I want to leave you guys with a story. It was before COVID. I think it was about 2018. Gracie and I like to travel, and we're foodies, so we stopped at this restaurant. And I went up to the bar to get a little, I don't know, Clue and cream for Grace or something. And I sat next to this guy and struck up a conversation. What do you do? Oh, I'm a retired pediatrician. Really? Oh, okay. What do you do? I'm an author. What's one of your books? Maybe you look familiar. Oh, The Environmental and Genetic Causes of Autism. He said, you use the word cause. Are they allowing you to do that now? True story. That's part of the problem. Let's stop restricting speech. Let's speak in plain English language. Patients and parents and doctors need to be able to share and compare ideas without getting at each other's throats. Be respectful, be kind, and provide a world of a rational society in which we're here to learn with and from each other, and stop this nonsense. Thank you all much for being here.
Thank you so much, Jack and Brian and Richard. Thank you so much. Our next panel, panel 3, please welcome up to the stage, is on justice, redress, and remedy. We've gone over a little bit. They're going to kick us out at exactly 5 p.m., so I just wanted to let everyone know we're going to try to really keep to the time that we have, 45 minutes for each of these panels. I want to introduce who's moderating, Kim Mack-Rosenberg, General Counsel from Children's Health Defense. She oversees litigation to protect the health of children, protect parental rights, and oppose censorship, among so many other things. She's also an attorney in private practice located in New Jersey, representing clients nationwide on medical freedom issues, as well as healthcare practice management and disputes and insurance coverage issues, focusing primarily on services provided to individuals diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder. Thank you so much, Kim. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Brian, are we getting you back? Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Hi, everyone. I'd like to welcome our panelists, 2 of whom you've seen already today, so I'm not going to read bios for them, Drew Downing and Brian Hooker. John Gilmore is up for the first time today. He is the executive director of the Autism Action Network. He's an advocate who's worked for 25 years on public policy issues concerning autism, developmental disabilities, and vaccine rights and safety. Since 2007, he served as the ED of the Autism Action Network. It's a national nonprofit grassroots advocacy organization that influences legislation and policy on a wide range of issues impacting the autism community. He began his work following a vaccine injury to his infant son that caused extensive neurological damage, later diagnosed as autism. He's worked with a wide range of organizations, including Children's Health Defense, and most recently co-founded American Values 2024, the federal super PAC that worked to elect RFK Jr. as president. He has a master's degree in public policy from the Graduate School of Public Policy at UC Berkeley, and he lives in Long Beach, New York with his wife and his adult son. So welcome, John. I'd like to start actually, we want to keep things positive and talk about hope and movement forward in the future. We have to revisit the past sometimes to do that. But I would love for you to share the miracle in Albany about communication choice.
So I live in New York, and I do a lot of basically lobbying, mostly in Albany. I do some in Washington as well. We used to do a lot in Washington. Then once Obama came along, there's just like, it got to be hopeless, but now there's a lot of hope again. But anyway, and my son is a speller, right? And I think there's probably a lot of speller parents here as well, right? And the spelling is growing in New York like it is in a lot of other places, and we're running into more and more obstacles about, getting support for it. New York has some very generous benefits, but they won't pay for anything related to spelling. We also have problems like people who spell in group homes are not allowed to spell in the group homes and things like that. So a group of us parents got together and we put a bill together. This was, I guess, in about February, and it's called the Communication Bill of Rights, right? And so we started plugging it, and I just knew, because I know, what persuades people up in Albany, that if we could get some spellers in front of the decision makers, we wouldn't even have to talk to them, right? It's a pretty stunning thing when you see what the spellers can do. And I was right. So we took around a group of spellers to a bunch of different offices and just had them start communicating with the people who were there. And we started this unbelievable momentum moving forward, right? I've worked on bills in Albany, like an autism insurance reform bill. Took us 8 years to do, okay? So we started in the end of February. We got it passed in the Assembly about 6 weeks later, because just everybody thought it was insane what these kids could do. We took our spellers into various legislators' offices. More than once, the legislators were in tears, just because they were just sort of so stunned by what they were seeing and what that all meant. So we were the last bill voted in the legislative session of the Assembly, which ended last June. It was voted on at about 3 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday, and it passed 134-0. So, yeah. So we still have to go back and get the Senate to pass it. I'm very optimistic about that, and I think if we get it passed through those houses, I think the chances of the governor not signing it are just about zero. So this probably will end up, with a little bit of luck, and if they don't beat us elsewhere, probably the first sort of spelling-focused bill of rights in the United States.
John, do you think it's replicable in other
Totally.
states?
Absolutely. I know there's a bill, because I read it. There's a bill in Florida. There's efforts in Massachusetts. I know there's other efforts all across the country, and I think if you can do it in New York, you could do it anywhere. There's also an effort at the federal level as well.
It's terrific, because spelling has opened a world for so many individuals with autism. Brian, you had said your son is a speller.
My son's
as well.
he's a speller. He just started on a keyboard last week. Woohoo!
My son, he is so neurologically impaired, he never could actually take an IQ test because he simply doesn't have the motor planning ability to do what's required. And he's doing, whatever's beyond calculus. I don't even know what it is, okay? But that's what he's doing, right? I mean, I kind of peaked at trig, right? So take it from there. And it's almost miraculous, really.
That is incredible and so hopeful for so many families and individuals. And there's growing support from other organizations. For a long time, I know we got pushback from the speech and language pathology groups.
Yes, they were kind of like, and I wasn't really surprised by that, because they sort of against everything that's new when it relates to communication and people on the spectrum and things like that. I don't know what the current status is on ASHA and spelling. Have they changed? Does anybody know?
No, they have not changed.
They haven't changed. Okay, so they're still opposing it. Yeah. I'm thinking they may not be as nearly as enthusiastic about their opposition, right? I don't know if this is something they really want to fight, but we'll find out.
Okay, so to turn back a little bit to the past, John, in what ways, you've been in this a long time, all of us have been in this fight for a long time. In what way has justice been denied to individuals with autism and their families?
God, where do you start? You know.
How much time do we have?
We have,
Yeah, really?
we have 38 minutes. Go for it.
I mean, just the most fundamental, tenets of justice in the, Anglo-American jurisprudence have been denied our kids, right? And the most glaring example, obviously, is the denial of our kids' Seventh Amendment right to go to court over an injury, right? That was taken away from them by the 1986 Act. I mean, you can't get any grosser than that, right? And I think going forward, I'm very optimistic about the future for a whole lot of reasons, right? But I think one of the things that we as a community have to do is it's got to go. We got to get our right to go back to court, right? And I think if we get that, a lot of other stuff is going to take care of itself, okay? If the doctor's got to think, no, wait, man, I could be sued here, right? Likewise with Merck and the other ones, then I think we're going to see a real change in behavior. I think if we do that and we get rid of mandates, which Florida is already attempting to do, and they kind of got there in Idaho already, we're going to be in a very, very different world. And I think at least going forward, our kids are already injured, right? But that will sort of basically return not only their constitutional rights, such as the Seventh Amendment, it also restores to them the obligation of the government on all levels to consider their well-being and their rights and their lives in the decisions they make, which they certainly do not do now.
I used to say, when I first started my practice, I started doing products liability defense work. And I used to say, when people would ask about that line of work, I used to, even doing the defense side of it, I would always say product liability cases were the check and balance. That's the check and balance on industry, because you can regulate, regulators get into people's back pockets, and there's revolving doors with regulatory agencies and so forth. But the product liability lawsuit is the check and balance on curbing industry enthusiasm over putting products on the market that haven't been truly tested.
Yeah. I mean, one thing that Kennedy says all the time, and the core of our problem, is that every institution we have to protect people from bad, dangerous products has been eliminated when it comes to vaccines, okay? We can't go to court, okay? What else do we have? Well, you have the market, right? You can choose not to do it. Well, we don't have that either, do we? At least with kids, right? And then on the other device we really have to protect us from dangerous products are the regulatory agencies, okay, which are completely bought. The last one we have is the press, right? And the legacy press is beyond repair. A lot of people were saying stuff trying to influence New York Times and stuff like that. I don't know if the New York Times is still here. I don't think we really need to worry about the New York Times, okay? Because one of the things that, I mean, if you go on this adventure that many of us are on and being an autism parents, everything we do almost is alternative, right? We do alternative medicines with our kids. We have an alternative way of looking at that. Our approach to food is definitely alternative, right? Our approach to education is alternative, right? So when you're talking about kids and you're taking out medicine, food, and what else? Education, what have you got left, right? And this is not just limited to our community here, but I mean, there's this whole new media world that has developed that is really making the old media world, represented by the New York Times and ABC and CBS and all that, completely irrelevant. It's like someone earlier today quoted Buckminster Fuller, who said that, if you want to change the world, design your own system, right? And we've been designing our own system for decades, right? And the thing is certainly with, Robert Kennedy being Secretary of Health, our system is gaining power and influence and size very, very rapidly. So I think we just need to keep on going on and eventually the sort of the old world, hopefully, will basically die a quick death.
Well, right, and taking away any liability for the manufacturers disincentivizes them from making a safer product, right? They're not going to lose any money. Now, Drew, the VICP originally was intended, it's my understanding, to be sort of a non-combative way that people could get compensation for vaccine injury. What has happened to that program?
Yeah, the good old days. So when I first started in the program, you could articulate a cause of action, say it was, vaccine related, if you could support it with medical literature, or maybe in a rare instance you'd have to get an expert involved, but usually you could get those cases resolved. That includes encephalopathic regression. Those cases were, I think we talked about that this morning, those cases used to be routinely compensated by the vaccine program as an encephalopathic event. So in the 90s, HHS sort of changed the game by rewriting the vaccine injury table, which is the definitional section that sort of governs how the vaccine program works. But more recently, the Department of Justice, that represents the Secretary of Health and Human Services in the vaccine program, seized control of the decision making in the program for at least probably the last 10 or 15 years. And imagine if you put a bunch of lawyers together and say, what do you want to do? You want to litigate? Because you're a litigator. So that's what happened. It started around the same time as the omnibus proceeding, and has gotten worse since that point in time, to the point now, which is sort of why I'm here, is that it is nearly impossible to win a vaccine case now, regardless of injury. If it's a questionable case or has to be defended, some of the special masters have above a 90% denial rate on litigated cases. And when a program was designed to compensate victims in an area that we may never know for sure what caused the injury. We can't prove vaccination did something. We can't prove infection did it. We just have theories. We can prove it with animal models and support it, but you don't know for certain. So the point there was, since we don't know for certain, we need to compensate. The close call goes to the victim. That is how the vaccine program was originally designed, and it's been hijacked, for lack of a better word, hopefully not for much longer.
Brian, if you could talk a little bit about your perspective on the omnibus autism proceeding, the OAP, and what you'd like to see as compensation for families of children with autism who are vaccine injured.
My family was in the OAP for 16 years. We filed in May of 2002, and because of a statute of limitations, could only include my son's 15-month vaccine. So any contribution then allowed the DOJ and their experts witness to say, he was tugging his ears at 6 months, so we must have autism because he was tugging his ears. Definitely couldn't have been the ear infections that he was having over and over again, but yeah, it was autism. And the other thing that was laughable was really that it was going to be a friendly process. It was highly contentious. We could not find expert witnesses because any of them that had any experience witnessing for the petitioners, as an expert witness for the petitioners, had already been eviscerated and had committed career suicide by stepping forward as an expert witness. And these individuals, the special masters, we had George Hastings as a special master. He went to lengths to make sure that he tore down our expert witnesses to, the very core. It was like watching one of the old Flintstones episodes where Fred Flintstone was in with his boss, Mr. Slate, and then Fred would shrink and get smaller with every criticism, every slam. That was what it was like. And then finally, we were thrown out of the system because of a statute of limitation, and we never got oral arguments whatsoever. Neither did we get any type of compensation for the amount of money that we spent for legal fees. And so it was a net loss. These children need to be taken care of. My son is very, very similar to your son, John. Really, really brilliant, loves physics, loves calculus, loves German, but his whole body dyspraxia just traps him in his body. And so, bar another medical breakthrough or miracle, then he's going to need a lifetime of care, just 24/7 care. And so these kids, there needs to be some type of endowment for each child that's been affected for this in order to take care of them for the rest of their lives.
If I could add something to that, though, because my son was in the omnibus as well. And one thing that I think we have to talk about is the omnibus has to be revisited, because and I agree with Drew. Earlier today, Drew said that the omnibus was a setup from the beginning, right? That it was going to be a way to get all these cases, put them together, and then just find some way to get rid of them, okay? But in the omnibus, they completely violated their own rules, and they violated the law in multiple places, because what they decided to do was pick 6 test cases to test various theories of autism causation, right? Well, 2 of them, one was Hannah polling, okay? That was just outright autism, and they said, oh, no, that doesn't count anymore. And then there was another one where, based on an expert witness, okay, changed their opinion about what caused the autism in the individual concerned. So there was another one. But the lawyers for the government never let that testimony, that changed testimony, come back into the system. So you already had 2 out of the 6 saying, yeah, it was autism, and they completely disregarded all that, right? I can't imagine a more immoral, illegal thing to do. And at the very least, it has to be investigated, if not just completely reopened, with a look-back provisions for other families as well. I mean, this 3-year period is just insane. If it's any other kind of injury, correct me if I'm wrong, Drew, but if it's a medical injury, you have until a minor is no longer a minor to file. And we got 3 years with vaccines.
Yeah, it's part of the fallacy, and certainly something that I have flagged. Now we need the legislature to weigh in on that, because that's in the statute itself. So we have to statutorily change the statute of limitations. But yeah, it's a situation where it's 3 years from the first onset of symptoms, period. Doesn't matter if your child is 5 years old or not, the parent has the responsibility to file within 3 years of onset, even when every other state and federal statute of limitations period allows for a tolling when the child is a minor. The vaccine program doesn't have that. Specifically, doesn't allow for tolling based on the age of the child. So yeah, it's a travesty. Most people don't know that they've been injured or have put 2 and 2 together, that it was the vaccination that did it within 3 years.
And I can speak from personal experience. We were not in the OAP or in the VICP because of the statute of limitations. My son, when I finally learned about the VICP, because I never got a VIS for any of his vaccinations, a vaccine information statement, which does mention the program, we were barred. I got all his medical records, and there was a notation on his record that said PDD NOS ? And that was it. We were out of time. It was beyond the 3 years. And lots of families are in that situation. But I think it's also important to talk about the way the program was set up as non-adversarial, and because of that, and John, you sort of brought up some of those general rights that people have in we'll call it the regular court system, states and federal courts, where you get discovery from the opposition. You get information from them. You take depositions and get sworn testimony. You don't have that in the VICP as of right. And you also have to keep in mind that you're not suing the manufacturer. You're suing the United States government, the Department of Health and Human Services. So if you want information from one of the manufacturers, that's called third-party discovery. That's almost impossible to get in VICP. I don't know, Drew, have you ever seen anyone get third-party discovery?
No, I've tried it multiple times, but not in the last 10 or 15 years, because I lost every single time. How valuable would it be to be able to get data from the manufacturer showing how much this was actually reported in the field clinical trials or anything like that, and there's none of that.
And can you talk a little bit more, Drew, about the OAP and some of the things that went on in that program that both John and Brian have alluded to?
Well, sure. I mean, and I think John just summed it up in the same way I did this morning. There were more and more cases being filed with the label of autism in the medical chart and being the focal point of the petitions in the case. So the court decided that was going to be what they were going to do for judicial economy and so forth. They were going to lump these in. They had you file a short form petition, so you didn't even file a whole petition or get to plead your case. It was a short form that basically just turned your child into a number, and then they used that. They lumped them all together. As John said, the test cases were stacked. The deck was stacked against the families from the get-go. The case that John was referring to, and I know, Kim, you're familiar with as well, they used an expert, a neurology expert, who came to hear the petitioner, the plaintiff's neurology expert, testify. And after the plaintiff's expert finished testifying, the government's expert in